Oh, hi. I didn't realize I was live. How are you all? I hope you are all doing good. Oh. Okay.
And the reason we
I was in your top 0.4% of viewers. That's sick. Clav was on Bradley Martin's podcast today. Oh, that might be interesting. Yeah, I'm about to win the lottery. I'll be $80 million richer tomorrow.
have shown these videos, there's a purpose, right? So as you can see, they're enhanced photos, there's enhanced video footage, and so we're asking the public to ensure that they can see them. They can see here that you want to focus on the body movements, the way the person moved their arms, the body posture, the way they carry their weight. I think those are important movement patterns that may help you identify this individual, which is extremely important. On Saturday night, the day of, we actually learned that this individual was in that neighborhood at around 10:30 in the morning. We also know in this profession that many criminals will case out an area weeks and days prior. And so it's important for us to ensure that we can have you look at that and help us. And the reason for that is because our offices, our agents, are looking at terabytes of data. And we're looking for a moment that is shorter than somebody taking a breath.
Folks will recall there had been 8 hospitalized. 1 has since been discharged. The 7 that remain in the hospital, 1 is in critical status, 5 in critical but stable status, although healthcare providers report that they are improving, and 1 in stable status. Those are the 7. 1 in critical, 5 in critical but stable, 1 in stable status, and 1 discharged since the last time we made comments about their safety.
Well, they're going to get the guy, for sure.
Hello.
I do not see him getting away. But yeah, in all likelihood, this was, an anti-Semitic, shooting.
Now facing 2 counts of first-degree murder, Nick Reiner, son of Hollywood filmmaker Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle. The couple found stabbed to death in their Los Angeles area home on the weekend.
Prosecuting these cases involving family members are some of the most challenging and most heart-wrenching cases that this office faces because of the intimate and often brutal nature of the crimes involved.
The horrific double killing has stunned Hollywood, but along with sorrow are growing stories of Nick's drug abuse, mental health issues, and talk of a loud family argument at a celebrity Christmas party just before the killing.
You will hear in the media rumors. You will hear speculation. And there's a good chance you are hearing misinformation. Because at the appropriate time, the actual evidence involved in this case will be presented in a court of law.
Add to that politics and U.S. President Donald Trump.
Well, I wasn't a fan of his at all.
Reiner was a Democrat and...
Oh my God, dude. This guy is fucking unhinged. What do you think of Rob Reiner's death? Well, he said mean things to me, and I didn't like him. Like, what? This is the fucking president.
Vocal critic. On word of his death, Trump wrote Reiner suffered Trump derangement syndrome. For that, Trump was slammed.
Blaming his death on the fact that he is an outspoken liberal, insulting someone who's just been murdered. It's so hateful and vile.
Others have followed. Retired wrestling star Mick Foley writing,
Religion of peace to each other's. What do you mean by final stream? Well, I'm winning $80 million in the lottery tonight. So I'm retiring. Probably won't literally be the final stream, but, you know. Religion of... but thanks for the donation, Religion of Peace. Dude, and this is after, like, conservatives were, like, raging about, like, the Charlie Kirk thing. Like, how dare you say that about Charlie and gloat about his death? And then here's Trump. Oh, my God.
Trump's comments were incredibly cruel and that Trump is void of compassion. Republican lawmaker Marjorie Taylor Greene, a Trump backer turned critic, saying the Reiner tragedy should be met with empathy. And from this fellow Republican,
it's time for decency and kindness, not, I don't know, trolling the family. So we need more class.
Trump rarely backs down from such stuff and has shown no sign he will on this. Say authorities in Los Angeles, if convicted, Nick Reiner could face the death penalty. Paul Hunter, CBC News, Washington.
There's truth to this video. I'm sure you've seen this, but this Athlean X vid may be the literal dumbest training vid I've ever seen. I mean WTF.
This is...
Alright, let me take a look at these two. I might not be able to watch the whole Athlean X video, because he copyrights his content, but we'll take a look. This is a terrible exercise for the lats. It is not a terrible exercise for the lats.
This is a terrible exercise for your lats. And this is what everybody gets wrong, because this is how most people execute a lat pull down, the incorrect way. And what I mean by that is they get right under the cable, they lift their chest up, they arch their back, and they turn it into a row. They turn it into an upper back movement. Why? Because it's way easier. It inflates the ego.
No. That does not reduce lat engagement.
You can lift significantly more weight if you do it this way. I mean, I could max out this whole machine. This is not impressive. And this isn't...
Like, I mean, he could do that if he's doing a partial range of motion anyway. He could do that with whatever technique he's going to use that he says is correct.
Gonna help me build good lats. So here's how to fix that. First things first, lower the weight, because 99% of the time, you're actually not that strong. Sit down in front of the cable, not directly under it, because when I'm directly under it, what I have to do, I have to lean back to clear my head. Some leaning can be okay, but from here, it just results in me going through thoracic extension and resorting to retraction. The lats do not do scapular retraction. So I'm gonna sit back a little bit so I have room to clear this bar and keep it in front of me. I'm gonna drive the elbows forward, keep pressure in the outer hand, and I'm gonna drive my elbows straight down while maintaining a stack. I'm only gonna go up as far as I can while maintaining tension on the lats, drive straight back down.
He's not demonstrating particularly good technique. Like, it probably doesn't matter so much, but he does have a pretty shallow range of motion. The way he's set up is also a little weird. I like to put my knees basically directly under the pad. But, yeah, this is just stupid pedantic nonsense, and he's not even really demonstrating particularly good technique. Especially with regards to range of motion. Let me see this. Squat more weight instantly.
Cavalier.
Oh, is this the one where he literally told you to not perform the Valsalva maneuver and like do the exact opposite? Oh my God, what the
I'll demonstrate it right here. You can watch me. I want you to allow yourself to breathe in as you go down and then breathe out on the way up. We all hear
Yeah, that's not what you do.
that a lot, that breathe out on the exertion, right? For a bench press, we'd be down and then We breathe out on the exertion. Well, for the squat, we think we
What in the fuck?
have to breathe out on the way up. No, because that means we're breathing in on the way down. Try it right now and see how unstable you feel. Matter of fact, you might feel stable when you start, and as you go down, you breathe in, you lose all the stability, and you should lose a lot of strength in doing so. Now do it the way I'm showing you here. Breathe out and tighten down.
Yeah, so this fucktard doesn't lift, and he's literally telling you to do the exact opposite of the Valsalva maneuver. I love how he's like, squat more weight instantly, and then he can't even demonstrate a squat with weight. Like, he's only doing like 135. Like, I know he's older, even here, he looks, like, who the fuck knows how old he is? This guy's looked 50 his whole life. But, to be fair, he is an older guy. Maybe he has, like, fucked up knees like me, but, I mean, he's not big. He's not strong. He uses fake weights. And then, yeah, big surprise, the guy tells you to squat dangerously in a way that's likely to fuck up your back. Yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Unicorn Jizz.
Really, it's the last stream. Oh well, it's been a lot of fun. Good luck being a Milan VG.
Well, thank you, Dodo. Appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, dude. What will you do first if you win the lottery? I'm going to take a really big nap. Let's see. Dodo donated $3. Communists when Canada abandoned their victims of communism memorial because all the victims were Nazis. Yeah, tell that to everybody thrown in a gulag. It isn't like the minimum projection of the deaths in China, like somewhere around 40 million. Like, oh my God, it's just so psychotic. Like, between Mao and Stalin, there could very well be near 100 million deaths attributable to communism. And, like, you know, that's just the actual, like, starvations, political murders, you know, stuff like that. You can look at the life expectancy of people living in these communist nations, you know, because they're not getting adequate food, health care. Like if you include those as deaths as well, like holy fuck, I can't even imagine what it'd be. What a fucktard. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. And like what the fuck? Canada's communist? Please explain to me why we have like the second most expensive housing in the entire world. Why is it literally impossible for millennials or younger to buy a fucking house? Like it's just so psychotic. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
Looks like he needs to do more below the waist. Think he is juicing? The one doing the lat pull downs.
He may be.
This is a terrible exercise for your lats. And this is what everybody gets wrong. Because this is how most people...
He did seem pretty well developed. Oh, for me. He seems fairly well developed, and he looks like he talks to a lot of...
Set paradigm of every single day. You can just take it one time a week, see what happens, and then apply it whenever you have.
Yeah, he's on steroids. So he talks to a lot of dudes on steroids, and he has steroid content on his YouTube channel. And I was thinking, the guy's actually like pretty big, so yeah, he's on gear for sure. It's not even, well, it kind of depends. Yeah, you're not going to look like that natty. It's just the like weird, hard, dense, grainy look that he has, but yeah, he's on gear. Thanks for the donation though, James.
And shame on whoever used a picture of a quokka to promote communist propaganda.
Yeah, I'm sure the quokka does not appreciate that. Quokkas are too nice to ever endorse communism. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Hey VG, have you noticed that the Bondi shooting is all about the Muslim hero?
Yeah, I've noticed. They're really pushing that narrative, not all Muslims. So fucking retarded, man. Ugh. Yeah, but, we live in dumb wacko world. You know, you can have mass killing after mass killing coming from one group of people.
Geez, why do so many SJWS somehow think communism is a good thing, VG?
Because they're either stupid narcissists or fascists.
What is with the weird obsession with sourdough bread people like Frank and Paul have? Is there some reason it's supposed to be special? It doesn't taste good.
I don't know, dude. I have no idea. Sourdough bread, it tastes like fucking shit. It has that weird, gross sour taste, and it's always like really chewy and unpleasant to eat. So, yeah, and no. Doesn't have any special... It's not particularly good for you over normal bread. So, yeah. Fucking stupid. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Ghost $22, literal retards. Let me see.
Wife ever call you by your first name?
No, she knows better than to ever call me by my first name. She calls me by my first name, it's a problem. Am I right or am I wrong?
Yeah.
There's no, you don't ever call me Anthony. It's always either baby, babe, husband, papacito, whatever you want to call me, but you can never call me Anthony.
Do these people not realize they look like faggots?
It makes what, 58,000 a year?
Average worldwide is like 35,000 a year.
All right, let's use 50, right?
Yeah.
Someone working a job, 50 grand a year. If they wanted to start a business, how long would it take them to save up $250,000?
With that 50 grand, they'd have to pay taxes on it.
Oh yeah, taxes, living,
yeah, living expenses.
About 10 to 15 years. 10 to 15 years.
Yeah.
What would you say?
About maybe 8 to 10 years.
Now ask me how long it would take me to go get $250,000.
$50,000 income could save $250,000 in 10 years. Like, maybe if you put some of those savings in an index fund, maybe. But, you would have to save $25,000 a year in order to make that target. Like, assuming you're not doing weird shit where you're putting your money in an index fund and you're getting, you know, a good rate of return and it's compounding and you're adding more money to it. Like, if we're just talking about putting money aside, that's $25,000 a year. So half your income you're saving while only earning $50,000. You're going to live off of $25,000 a year. So you'd have to have like zero expenses. Yeah, that's pretty much impossible. Fucking stupid.
From the bank.
Probably a week.
30 minutes.
30 minutes. Say probably
30 minutes.
So this person is a minimum wage worker, no skill. Well, I guess it wouldn't be minimum wage. $50,000 a year. So you only have whatever skill. Well, it really depends on the occupation, but you're only able to earn $50,000. You're an average normie, and with average normie intelligence, average normie skills, average normie fucking education, he can make $250,000 in 30 minutes. Sure. Let me see it.
Level's different. You understand?
Yeah.
So once you understand how money flows and how debt actually works in a debt-operated country, which is America.
Oh, I love these. Right. Oh, take out lines of credit to buy a thing, and then you can start your business, and then because you started on debt, you don't have to pay any taxes. Doesn't work that way. Like, these people are so... oh my god. Like, by the way, how much fucking credit are you going to be able to actually withdraw if you only make $50,000? Banks are not going to give you huge lines of credit when you only make $50,000. Who could possibly believe any of this stupid nonsense? Like, anybody who falls for their courses, like, they deserve it. You deserve to get scammed. You're a fucking retard.
Walking with that one girl that believes in your vision, bro. We came out to get a steak, nice dinner. This was the same girl that was...
This looks like a hole-in-the-wall piece of shit restaurant.
She was letting me sleep over at her house, jump through the window, sneak into her house to sleep over so I can have a bed to sleep on because I didn't want to sleep in my mom's cold basement on an air mattress. She believed in the vision, bro. I don't know how the fuck she did it. There'll be sometimes I couldn't even afford to buy her a fucking Starbucks, bro. It's that down bad. And now we're out eating steaks. Bro, take this as your sign to find that girl and lock the fuck in, bro. Take this as your sign.
Gay. Thanks for the donation, Ghost.
VG, have you seen how tiny Wes Watson is now?
Yeah. He stopped doing steroids and he is basically just doing cocaine. I don't know why, but that's what he's been up to. So if you stop taking steroids, you stop working out, and you start getting addicted to party drugs, then yeah, you're gonna lose muscle. Thanks for the donation, though, Anti-American Shapiro.
We're going to do 3 exercises to get bigger delts. I'm going to choose the exercises that I think are work best, and I'm going to put them in the order I think you should do them. If you don't want to do it, don't do it. But this is what I think you should do. All right, let's go. So we're doing the rear delts first because everybody has shit rear delts. So you always want to start with rear delts first. So I'm using a cuff to take my hand out of it. I'm getting the angle lined up.
I think I have pretty good rear delts, and I don't even do that much volume targeted towards them. Like, you get a fair bit of rear delt work when you do back.
With the way the delt actually fires, closer to a 45 degree, I'm turning my body away, bracing my core, posterior pelvic tilt, external rotation of the humerus, pushing away. Is contradictory and counterintuitive to what you'd think. A dumbbell exerts no force at the bottom and exerts a ton of force at the top. The opposite of what you want. So logically, you'd want the cable by your knees and you'd want to pull out like this so that the cable forms a 90-degree angle with your wrist at the bottom to exert maximal force in the stretch position. But for some reason, when you do that, the delt doesn't turn on. So what I've got to do is create a 15-degree angle between my torso and my arm by leaning out almost. And that now lets the middle delt turn on at that 15-degree part. This first 15 degrees is super spin.
Thank you. Thank you for the donation, Chris. Appreciate that.
Natus. That's how you tear your rotator cuff. This, with a slow controlled tempo, not doing this.
Seriously though, I hope that Quokka from that picture finds the guy who made that worthless image, bites him in the ass and gives him rabies.
Well, then the quokka would die if it had rabies. Hopefully it just gives him some disease that the quokka is immune to. Or an infection from the bite. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Fun fact, if Bill Gates hadn't listened to Warren Buffett and hadn't sold his Microsoft shares to diversity, he would be the world's first trillionaire. Worth twice as much as Elon. Weird. Huh. That's a lot of money. I think with that amount of money, I'd just force everybody to go vegan. MIT nuclear science professor found shot dead in home in Swanky, Mass neighborhood. Man shot around 8:30, pronounced dead. Was this a suicide or was somebody... Okay, multiple times. Death follows a mass shooting at Brown University just 50 miles away. Weird. This time seems to be no connection. That's interesting. What do you notice? Mentions of prejudice in academic papers. Yep. And you see that spike right around 1970, which is supposedly when that Russian retard thing started happening. Of course, they're mostly females. Let me see.
Fox News alert, the FBI is arresting 4 alleged members of a radical left-wing group accused of plotting pipe bomb attacks around Los Angeles.
Yeah. Yeah, only one dude. I guess he's the one who probably taught the women how to make pipe bombs, because how's a woman gonna figure that out? But yeah, some beta male fucking retard.
It was supposed to happen around
They look like you'd expect too. Like, this is fucking weird.
New Year's Eve. Todd Pyro has more.
Brian, here's what we know. The suspects were part of the Turtle Island Liberation Front. Attorney General Pam Bondi posting on X that it is a far-left, pro-Palestine, anti-government, and anti-capitalist group that was preparing to conduct a series of bombings against multiple targets across Los Angeles beginning on New Year's Eve. The group also planned to target ICE agents and ICE vehicles.
That is nuts. Fucking nuts. And yeah, of course they're mostly women. These people are getting radicalized by fucking TikTok. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. Freeze $22. Crazy update about the recent Brown University shooting. Let me see.
Anything.
They did not.
Okay, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Freeze. Gay.
New job, Bravo Ments. Please watch.
Alright, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Gay.
Release any information about what the shooter may have said right before he started open firing, because many students said that they heard him shout Allahu Akbar, but the police chief decided not to include that information for whatever reason.
Now, there's a report the shooter yelled something right before his shot came in. Could you tell us what that was?
Yeah, it's part of the investigation, Johnny.
Now, the only reason I asked that, though, is, for instance, like with the Unabomber, his brother recognized the writing. So it's possible a friend or family member might recognize if the person said something that was significant.
Correct.
That's why you don't, other than the 9mm, is there anything else inside that auditorium that you could tell us?
No, that's correct. And listen, like I said earlier, investigations will.
The only thing I could figure is like why he wouldn't want to share that information is they might have a sense that the suspect is not Middle Eastern. They might think he's like a white guy or something. And if this person shouted Allahu Akbar, either as a way of obscuring his identity, as like some kind of sick joke, because like this was an anti-Semitic attack. Everyone knows Muslims hate Jews. So, you know, as kind of like a sick joke for the shooting, he just said that. And they don't want to bias the public into thinking, oh, we're looking for a Muslim, when they're probably looking for somebody with like, you know, like Caucasian background. And that's the only thing I could figure why he'd be motivated to say that.
Bring us to evidence that we need to collect in order to be able to prosecute. With that being said, we're going to continue to collect evidence, and if it leads us to...
It seems that the internet and the people have potentially identified a suspect based off of that footage that they released, and I am in no way saying side by side with the footage.
Yeah, that's... Jeez. This is a little weird that people would post this online. Like, why wouldn't you send this into the FBI? Do they have a reward out for the shooter yet? Because, like, I mean, for the one shooting, the reward was like a fucking $100,000. There's another shooting where I think they got up to $1 million. So if there's a reward for any information that could lead to his arrest, like, why would you want to share this publicly? And then there's the risk this isn't the suspect, and then you just fucking claimed somebody is like this fucking serial killer, and then you're putting them at risk.
Footage that the cops released, and he very much fits the picture here that Brown University is currently actively right now wiping him from their websites, where they had previously had shout outs and spotlights for him at Brown University.
Yeah, that may be because this person isn't actually the shooter. That is entirely possible, and they're just trying to protect their staff. But, like, this is the type of person you'd expect, you know? So...
University for his activism and the work that he's been doing. They are completely scrubbing him off in real time. Take a look. And I already know that people are going to say...
Oh, my headphone's disconnected. Wonderful.
Sure, we're not saying that this person is guilty of any crime, but they released footage of this man for a reason. And if people feel that they think they have a suspect in mind that matches this video...
Then send the tip into the FBI. Holy fuck. Fucking retarded. Thanks for the donation though, Freeze.
And feminists love to say that only men are violent.
Yeah, if only men were violent, lesbians wouldn't beat each other up so much. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donated $2, anti-Semitic lie. Let me see. Jeff. Yeah, it's a parody account.
Jeffrey and Jessica have decided they're finally going to build good daily habits. Jeffrey wakes up at 11 a.m., rolls over, and immediately reaches for his phone. Boom! Dopamine nuke to the skull. TikTok, Instagram, hentai. Back to TikTok. He hasn't even stood up yet and he's already lost the day. What's
Yeah, that sounds like living to me.
Jessica doing? She's doing a health routine. She's got her gym clothes on, and she's just sat on her bed taking pictures. Jessica, you haven't even taken a single step yet. Wearing Gymshark isn't the same as working out. So Jessica's been claiming natural. Greg, get out of here. Your voice is giving us all a headache. This is pathetic. Isn't there someone who actually takes their habits seriously? Adonis. Adonis wakes up before the sun because the sun follows his schedule. He's disciplined, focused, and consistent, a true hunter. Jeffrey looks up from the floor like a confused puppy. Adonis, how do you do it? I want to build habits too. Adonis doesn't.
How are people watching his channel unironically? Especially now, since he is uploading the same video day in, day out. Is this just rage bait? PhD in gender studies, climate crisis advocate, R-word band. This seems like a fucking parody account, honestly. Yeah, this is definitely a parody account.
Joined by Cash and his beautiful girlfriend Alexis. So I just want to clarify, you're not Jewish.
I'm not.
You're not from Israel.
No.
So how did we get to, are you a Mossad agent?
You know, that's a great question.
Where's her ring? Just to clarify, how often has he traveled to see you since January 20th? Has there been one moment where you're like, you can't make this up?
I know he did use a private jet with public money to go on a date with his girlfriend. I don't think he's regularly, like, maybe he is, but that is a sick burn from, Newsom. He has a media team for sure now. This is clearly AI. This is horrendous. Who's Hussein Haas? Oh, he just does this. Like, he just posts AI shit. Video is AI generated, fabricated, yeah. I don't know if that's another, like, parody rage bait account. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Isn't a lot of anti-Semitism from young people just a logical conclusion to the oppressor/oppressed dynamic that has been pushed? Basically they see Jews as white therefore bad and Muslims as brown therefore good? Your cat looks very happy.
Thank you. He is happy. Yeah, that does at least certainly rationalize anti-Semitism, and I'm sure a lot of anti-Semitism coming from the left wing right now. It is motivated by some of that, like, stupid shit. Jews are whiter. They have more military might than Palestinians, shit like that. Just gay retarded shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Chris.
This was going to be one of the first questions because everyone's going crazy about it. You guys, I've been big, I've been small. You gym need to understand. You guys are so awesome about your discipline and all that. So was I, and I'm proud you're disciplined. But a lot of you guys are very antisocial, very stupid. Not successful because you're a dumb gym idiot.
And now he's shrinking because of it.
I try to be thinner now, but it's like when guys are really buff, and they're just real swole. Can't you like read on their mind that all they're doing is walk around going like, "Do I look good from this angle? Am I swole? Am I swole? No, I'm big, I'm big." Like, I just hate that.
So anytime I make a little Peggy video, mysteriously it gets taken down just a few.
Hi guys, but I'm way too high, so I'll blue soon, guys. Okay, too. I am also high. I took CBD and THC edibles today to get rid of some pain and relax and sleep. And it's working. Yeah, they kicked in a lot, really a lot now. Yeah.
Few hours later. I mean, who would do such a thing besides a real piece of shit? Well, in my last video, of Peggy, I showed what kind of a shriveled up little bitch he has become.
Does watching TSMF porn make you gay? Well, trans porn would be less gay than hetero porn, because with hetero porn, like, girl boy content, you're watching like a dude with a dick, have sex with a woman. With trans porn, you're watching a woman have sex with somebody who's like, trans woman. So, like, girl with dick having sex with girl with vagina to girl, like, it's less gay because they're, like, both chicks, basically. Like, girl, dick, girl, less gay than man, dick, woman. You have dick in both scenarios, but the one scenario with the trans has two women. So 2 women plus dick does not equate to 1 man, 1 woman plus dick, because of the gender difference there. Does that make logical sense to you?
This was my third set with 345. My target was to finish the third set with RPE 8. If I was completely fresh, what do you think my AMRAP would be? I was thinking I could get 6 reps max.
Shit. Alright, let me see. You should be able to bench 405 very, very soon if you haven't yet. AMRAP. I feel like if you did this for an AMRAP, you'd likely get 7. Maybe even more. Yeah, I would say 6 or 7. So you... Fuck. Yeah, like, dude, I think if you just are able to accumulate for like 2 weeks, you should be able to hit 405. Thanks for the donation, though, Killing Titan. Nigga, donate $2, react to these. Let me see.
Let's stand together tonight. I know you teenagers are tired. You ran around and kicked the ball. How many played soccer today? Did you play soccer today? Was that part of the thing? No? Thank God. Soccer's for queers. I mean, I'm going to tell you that right now.
I mean, he's not wrong.
People don't watch the women's leagues. Do you think it might help if they played topless?
No. That's extremely misogynistic and disgusting.
Well, the ratings would probably go up, right?
Yeah, but that's pretty.
What do you think's a better idea to get the ratings up?
Educate and advocate for women's rights, especially with.
No, but where would the money come from?
What does women's rights have to do with people watching women's sports? The reason women's sports aren't popular is because they're worse than watching men. Like, they are just worse athletes. Most women's professional sports, they're not even at the level of a lot of high school boys teams. So, yeah, when you could watch good athletes, why would you watch women?
That's why I'm trying to figure out revenue streams.
Well, you have to spend money to make.
Well, they've definitely been spending money. So no on the topless thing? Your women should play naked?
Yes. Do you like it?
Yeah, I don't mind the titties.
Me too.
Nice, dude.
That's funny. Women getting offended.
Can't breathe.
Oh. The fire alarm bleep. Oh my God, they added the fire alarm bleep. Oh, that made it fucking hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, shit. Oh, that was a good one. Fucking hell. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Dodo donated $2. Let me see. Page does not exist. So that one's broken. Sorry.
Crowds immediately started gathering at the Berlin Wall. One of them, the border guards, decided that discretion was the better part of valor, and they opened the gate. And East Germans poured into West Berlin. And within the first week alone, over half of East Germany's population visited the West. And within the month, 1% of the population emigrated to the West. Opening the gate was a pivotal decision. Whatever it is, there's no going back to the way it was. And here's good old Gunter going, gosh, we hadn't a clue that opening the wall was the beginning of the end of East Germany. Okay, better luck next time. And the Russians were shocked by how unpopular they were. They were thinking they were going to get credit, Gorbachev, for East Europe's liberation rather than blame for Eastern Europe's encirclement. Crowd.
North Korea is trying the whole Twitter bot propaganda thing. Let me see. Fucking weird. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
I can help you on this one, big guy. Women's rights equals women getting whatever they feel like at the moment regardless of anything else going on.
Yeah, entitlement. That's what feminism is. Thanks for the donation, Chris.
If men had any balls, women would be in baby camps and the old women would be taking care of children and the elderly. Glad to see you laughing, VG.
I think that might be a little extreme. But, thanks for the donation, Filthy Juice Shapiro. You know, it's funny. Women aren't even as good at making sandwiches.
And apparently, he's not.
How long do you think it will take the next Democratic president to recover the country from the damage of the Trump administration? Say if Newsom gets elected, how long would it take to get the country back on track? Also,
that is hypnotic. I don't know if somebody like Gavin Newsom is entirely competent enough to fix Trump's mistakes. I really don't know, man. Like, especially with how he's fucking the country over economically and with trade and everything. I would guess probably like a decade at least. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
just some random clips.
Alright, let me take a look.
Who's here? Yeah, I know.
That's a nice dog. I hope we have like really advanced prosthetics in the future so you can help animals that have those sorts of problems. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think he tore his adductor. Wonder if you could hear the crunch.
Got this. You got it. Check it out.
Oh, maybe he just hit his bum. Fucking stupid. Oh yeah, this guy. Yeah, I've seen a lot of dwarves get into lifting recently. And they have really impressive lifts. Thanks for the donation, though, Killian Titan.
Sir VG, should I be concerned if my right shoulder has been cracking a lot when I move it around? Guess I'll spam external rotations and see if it stops cracking.
Your shoulders are always going to crack. Children have their shoulders crack. A lot of it is like, just nitrogen bubbles and stuff within the joint and synovial fluid moving around. Like, it's normal to have some. If you're having odd cracking and clicking that you don't normally have, and it feels like there's resistance and it's kind of painful, then yeah, then that's a problem. External rotations may very well help that. And again, it could just be some inflammation within the joint, and you just need to give your shoulders a bit of a rest. But yeah, you can try external rotation. That often helps. Thanks for the donation, though, Blair. Hope that helps.
Not too happy about it because, like always, he went to his Instagram crying like a little woman, but this time calling us all gym people insecure little bitches. Wait until I show you what this asshole just said. So in my last video, we saw how little Peggy has been literally shrinking. It seems by the day, in a couple weeks, this guy looks 40, 50 pounds less than what he was, And we all know behind the scenes what this asshole's doing, right? And I said, karma's a bitch. This asshole has been bullying and picking on people for years, saying, listen, you're...
Trump success, but Newsom will allow the diarrhea to flow up from the south. Illegal alien invaders, you're looking healthy VG, but get that carpal tunnel checked.
Well, I'm not injecting any more growth hormone, or I'm gonna wait at least a week, and just see, but, yeah, I'm not gonna inject any testosterone, like nothing, for at least a week, and I'll see. Hopefully the water retention goes down more. It's going down slowly but surely. Some days are a bit higher than others, but it's trending down. It's just hard to pinpoint what drug is kind of triggering it, because I kept the growth hormone steady, 5 IUs. I didn't change that, but I upped the test dose and I added boldenone. So I don't know if it's the growth hormone that I'm reacting to differently because I'm getting different batches in, and like different batches can kind of give you different side effects. I don't know if it's from increasing the testosterone, the boldenone itself, or some kind of synergy between these drugs. So I'm gonna just go off everything for the time being, and then once the water retention goes down, I'll add in one of the drugs and see what happens with the water retention, and then I'll add in the other one and then see what happens, and then I can actually pinpoint, because it may just have been the growth hormone, but we'll see. But the carpal tunnel is like getting better slowly but surely. I had a bit of a flare-up the last couple days, but I've been stretching and everything, and the stretching really helps a lot. And again, the pain is like directly related to the water retention too. When the water retention is lower, the pain goes down. Thanks for the donation though, dude. It's not from Thailand, the growth hormone.
You're not a real man if you have 10-inch arms and tits. And now, when you look at this little bitch, who's the one with the 10-inch arms and tits?
If you look in the mirror, would you guys say this motherfucker's proud of who the he is? That's a bag of trash, dude. Pull your shirt
Because
off
I've been
and tell me you're proud
because
of yourself.
I've been to in prison?
Jesus Christ,
Because
look
I've been
at
to
you,
prison?
bro. You got 10-inch arms and tits. Men don't have tits.
And when I saw, what's happening to him, you know what that reminded me of? 50 Cent. We all love 50 Cent, right? Well, remember that time he was looking like a shriveled up head, he was sick, something was wrong with him, we didn't know what it was, but then later on we found out it was, for a movie role. Well, if you look at Wes now, that's what he's becoming, but there's a big difference because that was a movie role and this is real life. And listen to me, Peggy, okay? You keep this shit up, we know what you're doing. You're going to end up, and this is a shout out for the people in New York, Spring Valley, New York. There was a place called The Hill, okay? You go there, you see people roaming all those streets, all right? Dangerous place. They're all out, frail. Looks like they can't even walk, okay?
No, it's not Pharma GH. It's I'm pretty sure it's just from a Chinese supplier. It's weird. It says it's from Switzerland, but yeah, it's just direct from a Chinese supplier, and it is good. I just don't know if I started getting a reaction to it. But yeah, 99% purity.
Are you repping Isaac?
I am repping more than Isaac on bench. Because, he only weighs like 180 pounds. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. Appreciate it.
That's not a place you ever want to go or want to become. But you keep this shit up, that's where you're going to end up. And, knowing you're going to...
Yeah, it comes in a white Lifelise powder, 10 IUs, a vial. I think my supplier still has genotropin pens in stock. And they actually also have the new Genla GH. Like, the only thing is the genotropin's ridiculously expensive. It just doesn't make sense. So it's about $1,800 for... It's $1,800 for, I think, only like 30 IUs more. So, wait, let me see. 36 times 5. Okay, no. For 80% more. So, what would that be per 100? Yeah, 180 IUs, 1,800 something, 1875 divided by 180. Yeah, times 10. Oh, wait. Times 10. So it's a little over $1,000 per 100 IUs, and the underground GH that I get, it's $315 per 100. So like it just doesn't make sense to get the Pharma GH for the cost reasons. I think it's also a myth that Pharma GH is better than Underground GH. The people who are telling you that Pharma GH is better, I think they're just not getting it from a great source and it's being like heat damaged. I've also seen like radically the opposite, where people have said the Underground GH is way better than the Pharma GH that they got. I would say they're equivalent. The reason for these different accounts is a lot of the Underground GH that people are getting, they're being bought in from India and Turkey. So they're not being transported in like heat controlled settings, and they're coming from very warm countries, and they have to ship a very substantive difference. So distance. So by the time the pharma grade GH gets to you, it's degraded, and it's degraded to lower than the UGL GH that you might be getting access to. So like growth hormone's growth hormone. If 191 amino acids, like there's no difference. So assuming your underground supplier has actual growth hormone, it would be equivalent. I think the difference in, you know, how people say it's effective or not, it just comes down to like just the weird details with how they're sourcing. Let me see. Nigga, donate $2, collab, Bradley Martin pod, plus more IG memes. Let me see.
All right, guys, before we get into this podcast, go to the App Store right now.
All right, we'll check that out.
Cat Plato here is a little racist. All right, Plato, look at Adrian Brody. They do nothing. Look at Denzel Washington. Tom Cruise? Silence. Miley Cyrus? No. Oprah? There it is. George Bush. Snoop Dogg. Barack Obama.
Yeah, that's CGI. That's Freddie Yu. Cat didn't actually do this. Cats aren't racist. Only dogs are. Yeah, seriously. That's pretty funny. That is funny. Of course, the guy who benched 550 has like one. Thanks for the donation, nigga. Jessica donators, you should try being. Oh my god. Oh. I don't know if you're trying to make a specific reference. Consider following the spiritual leader. Wow. Oh my goodness. That's a good kitty. Thanks for the donation, Jessica. Appreciate it.
Prison, you know, we don't know how long yet. Do you really want to go in there looking like that? Because, you know, we're all worried about your safety. We don't want something happening to you. Well, like I was saying earlier, after the video came out, two things happened. The first thing, mysteriously, my video, it was taken down. And ironically, that video I was showing how Wes...
Why in the fuck would I go to Mexico to get steroids when I can get them here and they're higher quality?
Was taken down, you know, people. And then 2 hours after my video was taken down, Bubba, you guys know him, he made a video based upon mine, and it was taken down too for mysterious reasons, for shit that we didn't do. But
I honestly don't think it is a parody account, VG. I really do think that Dr. Right Red might be serious and is dumb enough to believe that Islam really does respect the LGBTQ community.
Pretty sure it's a parody account. They're posting some like really ridiculous shit. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. Oh, hey. Vegan Equilibrium, what's up, dude? Yeah, Wes is clearly addicted to cocaine and whatever other party drugs he's doing. He's a very vain person, and he's like talked about how important physique is. He's not somebody who'd just go off steroids, stop training, you know, because like, oh, it doesn't matter to me anymore. It's all wrapped up in his image, so he's on drugs, and it's just making him lazy.
But we got the videos back the next day because we didn't do the shit it was saying. So whoever's paying people to take us down like this, it's a fucking waste of money because we get the shit back real quick when YouTube sees we didn't do what it was saying we were doing. And now the second thing that happened as a result of the video, as usual, because we've seen this before, my video comes out 15 minutes later, he is sitting there on Instagram crying like a little woman. But especially this time, he went on there crying even more because he couldn't handle us all calling him a little bitch, and he was trying every which way to.
Female sports are so bad most women theme selves won't even watch them.
Yeah, they're not as exciting. Especially with basketball, they're just less skilled athletes. But like it's also true of soccer, hockey, you name it. They're just less skilled athletes. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo.
To justify it. And you know what the first thing he says is? He goes, it's not my focus anymore. I don't care about being big. It's just not my thing.
I knew this was going to be one of the first questions because everyone's going crazy about it. You guys, I've been big. I've been small. I've been 265 and ripped. I got out of prison maybe at 195 or 205 and just sucked up, not full at all. Arms small, but no fat on me. I mean, to go from, with my physique and my genetics, I can go from where I'm at right now, like 220 to like 240 in a week and a half and have it be full and jacked. The thing is it's not my focus. I was never a fitness guy. I was never a bodybuilder. You guys just think that. Everyone just sees in me what they want to see. I was always just living my life. And I'll always want to be ripped. I'll always want to have size. I'll always do what's right at the time. But you guys, the one thing you ever have to ask, the one thing you need to know, if they don't ever ask about your physique, if they care about you, or if they're talking shit, they go like this. Hey, how do you feel? And if you say, I love it, they should say, me too. And if they say anything else, they're f***ing hating. That's all you need to know.
Then he starts saying, this is funny. All of us gym people.
Why do you think SJWs hate white people so much, VG?
I guess because they're not retarded generally. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We're all really insecure because we want to be big, we want to be in shape.
There's one thing I always started to look at. I'm like, I always like when I can put my stomach, I just have like no jelly rolls and shit. I like to kind of be thinner now, but it's like when guys are really buff and they're just real swole.
What's the deal with this raw dogging boredom trend? Is it a good brain exercise to just sit there on a long plane ride with nothing but your thoughts to entertain yourself, and not use your phone, books, music, etc.?
Yeah, it's stupid, dude. It's that, like, dumb Andrew Huberman dopamine thing. Like, it's just a stupid trend. And all these social media influencers claiming they're doing it, they're not doing it. It's just for fucking memes on the internet. Thanks for the donation, though, Blink. Yeah, I got my gum here.
Also consider using this for your carpal tunnel syndrome. It helps if you keep your mouth open while using.
This is not a workout. This is a revolution. This is shake weight for men, and it's going to kick your butt.
What do you mean by they're not retarded? Are you saying that people of color are dumber than white people?
No, I mean, I'm high. I think they hate white people because they're just the majority of the population, so they need to be able to stop them from, like, voting and thinking and stuff. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Okay, I'll get a shake weight for the carpal tunnel. Thanks for the advice. Appreciate the donation, Jessica.
Can't you, like, read on their mind?
Oh, yeah, there's no chance he's 220. He's probably closer to, like, 170-ish.
that all they're doing is walk around going like, do I look good from this angle? Am I swole? Am I swole? Man, I'm big. I'm big. Like, I just hate that. I don't like that about money. I don't like that about physique. I want to have, I'm visualizing me walking around and looking at other people and thinking what they need opposed to what I am. So a lot of you guys are so transparent and it's like disgusting. And I've been that way, so that's why I know. But it's just disgusting. You just walk around, you're like, look at me. I'm from this, like you're constantly flexing. It's constantly about your body and your physique and how people are viewing you. And it's like a massive insecurity.
And after that, I'm watching. I can't believe the shit this asshole's spitting out of his mouth. He starts going into, listen, I want to spend more time with the people that I love, go out more, do things, because, the gym was taking so much of his life. I'm sitting back, I'm like, listen, what? You can't be in shape, you can't live a healthy lifestyle, go to the gym, and still have the people you love in it?
But now you see me going to clubs and going out. Want to know why? Want to know why, you super disciplined gym people? You want to know why? Because I missed out on the people I love. I love people. And I don't give a have bad habits, good habits, this or that. I love my people. And I've been enjoying being around people more than I ever enjoyed the gym. Straight up. You gym need to understand this shit. You guys are so awesome about your discipline and all that, but a lot of you guys are very antisocial, very stupid. You're not successful because you're a dumb gym idiot who chooses not to go hang out with the people. I love people, even dumb gym idiots.
Because listen, the gym has been such a part of my entire life. I've never stopped working out, right? No matter what happened in my life, whether I'm working, whether I'm playing with my cars, hobbies, going out.
He's just addicted to cocaine and party drugs, and he's just lazy now.
Wow, man, look at these cars. They just don't care about safety. Crazy. So we got a winter storm warning right now here in Montana. The roads are slick, very icy out. The snow is coming down pretty good. Oh, yep, sure, you can pass me too. I'm not trying to get in the wreck or anything. Jackknife out here. This person, too good to be safe on the snow, I guess. What's up with all these vans? These are like all vans. About to slip. Lanes required up on lot, but we got.
Oh my god, what a whiny bitch.
This shit, not doing this shit. We're not trying to get the biggest range of motion. We're just trying to
do 10 sit-ups, please and thank you.
Okay, just give me a minute. I just want to go through this video real quick. Thanks for the donation sit-up.
grow the middle delt. It's like a 45-degree range of motion. So it's super counterintuitive, and you just got to fuck around and find out, basically. So if I was to do this, I'm getting all trap. And if I do that, it's all front delt. Trap, front delt. That's called a scapation. That's not a lateral raise. This is a lateral raise. And if I'm trying to scrape the floor with my fingertips. Favorite, because it's got this flat pad. It doesn't have that roller shit. So most of these machines, if you look, there's this slack. Okay, so there's two reasons why I like to use unilateral, not bilateral. For one thing, so you got these two dots here, and they're supposed to line up with your shoulders. Now, a lot of people, they think this is your shoulder. That's not, that's where your medial delt cap is. You wanna find your across here. It's not from my elbow to my wrist. And the fact that it's narrow, I like to, and it feels like really from here to here. Like here, this, or I could do this. Oh. There you go. It's locked in. I'm pinching with my adductor on the right side and my ham on the, my adductor on the left side, my ham on the right. So there's no force acting on that delt. This is also, we load this three-weight dumbbell to make it work right. We've got about maximal force where the muscles are strongest, and then as we get towards the top, where the muscle's weaker, it gets lighter. We can even come across the body like this and do rear delts.
Hey.
You could do rear delts for 10 or 20 reps.
Oh, almost. I thought he was going to show the incline laterals. Nobody does those incline laterals I do, but they're so good.
And then switch and do middle delts. And a lot of people think I do this because I like metal. It's true. I like
Yeah, he recommends it too.
metal. But when you hold the dumbbell like this, with those two fingers, it's middle delts. If you grab the dumbbell like this with the pinky, it's rear delt. And if you grab the dumbbell like this, it's front delt. So right here, so from out here to the side, you can still work the middle delt. As everything I do, unilateral is better than bilateral in almost all cases. Again, I want to emphasize this. The middle delts recover really fucking fast. Really fucking fast. Like within 24, 36 hours, they're completely recovered. If you're doing like 4 or 5 sets, something reasonable. That means you could really do it 4 or 5, maybe even 6 times a week. People will say, well, I don't want to do that for triceps, it's going to get in the way by pressing. True, but what the fuck does a middle delt do? Middle delt doesn't do a goddamn thing. It just is the coolest looking muscle on a dude's body. Doesn't do a goddamn thing. So you can train it every fucking day, no matter how sore it is. It's not gonna get in the way of your chest workout, doesn't get in the way of your back workout, doesn't get in the way of your leg workout, doesn't get in the way of an arm workout. You can just do every day is middle delt day. You can put them at the end if it's not a priority, or first if it's a priority. Start with 1 set a day, then go to 2 sets a day. If 2 sets a day you're not sore, go to 3 sets a day. If you start getting sore, back it up. I'd rather do 2 sets every day than 3 sets every other. I'd rather
Sydney, what are you doing? That's a pretty smile.
I like how dogs are so expressive.
I appreciate you coming to check up on me, Sydney. That's really sweet of you. You just came to show me a little cheesy.
That's a good dog. This is a good cat. Do you guys see the cat? This is a good cat. Gum. He's a little noodle. It's a good baby. You know I love you. You're so soft and warm. You're beautiful. You know I like you a lot. My little baby. Yeah, you're so good. Look at him. You are so warm. Oh my goodness. Such a beautiful fuzzy boy. I gotta do sit-ups now. I gotta get up. Oh, I love him so much. He's my baby. You're my baby. Love you, baby. All right. My stomach's also kind of full. I had a big fruit smoothie. I think I might be constipated. I still haven't shit. Kind of surprised. Oh my God, you're so tired. Oh, did you have a long day doing nothing? Oh, poor baby. All right, here we go. I gotta go pee. I'll be right back. Oh.
Even Erica Kirkstund up to Candice Owens.
Come after me, call me names, I don't care. Call me what you want, go down that rabbit hole, whatever. But when you go after my family, my Turning Point USA family, my Charlie Kirk Show family, when you go after the people that I love, and you're making hundreds and thousands of dollars.
Everything she does and says is just so fake and fabricated. I'm pretty sure she's a psychopath and, like, doesn't actually have emotions. And just fakes everything. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. There you go. Yeah. Nice and comfy for Gum Gum. Look how beautiful he is. Hmm? Yeah, you're beautiful.
Download the Prize Pick app. Very simple. Just literally type in Prize Picks, download the app, use code Bradley. They're going to give you $50 on your first $5 lineup. All the picks. It's really simple to use, more or less. Any stat line, go check it out. More or less. So we got to talk about the
I went on a trip with some buddies, and you know, you're not really too sure all the time what's in like some of like maybe the Miami cocaine. So we just opted to do meth, which we knew was going to be more pure. So that's kind of how that started. And then you actually take a look at the science of what meth actually is, and it's
Oh my god, dude. So he does meth because he likes meth. And then he rationalizes the use by saying, well, if you look at the science...
It's really not too far off from just your traditional run-of-the-mill Adderall. So, you know, Adderall is dexamphetamine, right?
Yeah, it's a different
We were
derivative.
taking dextromethamphetamine. So really not that much different, just a bit longer of a half-life, because my goal was not only just for the productivity and the psychoactive benefits of methamphetamine, it was also for the appetite suppression, right?
Yeah.
Trying to look smacks a little bit with meth. So that I agree that that's a little bit crazy, and I just want to clarify, I never advocate anyone to do this. I'm just like,
Dodo, need $3. Let me see.
Tonight, I speak not just about a problem, but an actual fight. A fight that the Jewish community did not choose. From our founding, Stop Anti-Semitism has operated on one guiding belief. Anti-Semitism thrives when there are no consequences. So we created consequences, a lot of them. When you look for a job, when you look for a spouse, when you look for a nanny, when you look for anything, our work will always be documented.
Well, that psychopath, in my opinion, that we just heard from, Leora Rez, is the woman behind StopAntisemitism.com. You know, the organization that defamed and smeared the likes of Miss Rachel as an anti-Semite in order to bully her into silence about all.
Yeah, right. I've said everything that can be said about this issue. It's all just gaslighting and games with these people. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
this is what I did. But I don't think people should take stimulants. I think more people are going to go about stimulants in the wrong way rather than the right way.
Yeah.
So just right off the bat, do not do that. Any of the shit I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know,
because there's so many other things. There's so many different peptides and other things you can do to suppress your appetite.
Oh yeah, no, I'm on retatrutide too.
Yeah.
And a pretty hefty dose of Reta. So, you know, I take 15 mg, but I just have such a high baseline appetite that like I don't really.
I took 1 milligram of Reta a week, and that was way too much. I could barely eat anything. What time are you streaming tomorrow night, by the way? I'm going to aim for around like 6 p.m. I've just been having so many sleep issues, like that's why the schedule's been erratic. But yeah, I'm gonna aim for 6 p.m.
Have time to do cardio these days with
Eastern.
like streaming and stuff. So if I want to go,
Can you kindly just explain to me why you think Putin is the bad guy because he's a corrupt politician? But Netanyahu, who is facing criminal corruption charges, is not the bad guy? Isn't that a double standard?
Yeah, nice rage bait. Thanks for the donation, dumbass.
on like a really heavy shred. I was just like math-maxing.
It just sounds insane.
I know, yeah, it does sound insane because like I'll sit here and I'll like explain it and I'll just be in like a fully monotone voice. But it's like, yeah, I'm doing math. So I know it's bad, but I haven't done math in a while. So for like 2 weeks now, I don't plan on
That's a while.
starting.
Okay.
So we're done.
You
with
don't
that.
have. They didn't get you on the addiction side yet.
No, dude. Being addicted to drugs is like, I don't know. It's kind of a lack of willpower, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But there's certainly like more addictive things, like a lot of opioids and things like, or something like benzos, which make you like actually dependent.
Yeah.
Whereas stimulants, you just like feel bad. You don't really have the same drive that you do when you take them for a long time and then you discontinue your usage. Yeah, the drive goes away, but you're not necessarily dependent. So
Yeah.
I was able to quite easily get off of this.
Is that the most extreme thing you think that you've done for the look-maxing sort of world?
I would say that how early I started TRT would probably be
Yeah.
the thing that would be the most extreme. And just the introduction of things like HGH and aromatase inhibitors, extremely young would be the most extreme.
I want to know why there's specific laws against anti-Semitism rather than general anti-hate crime laws. Why does it get its own designation in so many places? I'm pretty sure there's a few specific laws with there's a number of specific laws with that identify particular protected groups. Anti-Semitism is one of them, so like Holocaust denial. What was the other? There's ones like regarding gay people specifically. There's ones regarding trans people specifically. It's just because not all of these kinds of regulations can basically explain, like you can't have the protections you want when it comes to things like racism and hate speech and just have one law that covers literally every group. They all have their own unique characteristics, and there's certain types of racial abuses that would apply to one group but wouldn't apply to the group, and it wouldn't be covered accurately under the law. So something like Holocaust denial, well, what does that have to do with racism necessarily? Like there's a specific reason and social context that Holocaust denial occurs in that is related to anti-Semitism. So you wouldn't be able to cover that in a law that says, you know, don't racism at people. Let me see. 21st, $93.
Thank you. The chair now recognizes Ms. Crockett for 5 minutes.
Okay. Thank you.
You've already seen that video.
And is as good.
Lift me, won't you lift me?
Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Yeah.
That's generally the consensus. I would say that, in my opinion, that doesn't really seem that extreme to me. It seems very logical, but that's just like what gets the biggest reaction out of people. I would say the meth, in my opinion, would be more, over the line.
Yeah. And so you started taking testosterone when you were how old?
When I was 14.
Dude, that's insane when I hear that.
Yeah. So
what's the logic behind that? You think that it's going to help you grow? Because
apparently Arnold Schwarzenegger started taking steroids when he was like 14 or 15.
It's more
growth
hormone is going to help grow.
Yeah. Testosterone is not for vertical height growth. It actually will serve to detriment you, which a lot of people don't realize, because of the aromatization into estrogen. That's going to cause your growth plates to fuse, right? So it was more for, facial masculinization, going for a more dimorphic look. and developing like the facial bones, things of this nature, just going for like an overall masculinized look early into my life.
Yeah.
You know?
So we got to talk about the whole goal of the Wesmaxxxing thing is like, from your perspective, because this didn't become, I feel like, I don't know, when did Wesmaxxxing actually start to become like a talking point?
Well, I would say that it became like a well-known, like trendy, like joke back in 2023. August of 2023 is when it skyrocketed in popularity, but it was mostly just like a lighthearted thing. It was more just like joking around, like mewing, maybe like people doing this stupid shit with their jaw. So that was 2023 was like the first push. I would say now this is like a new iteration of Wesmaxxxing that I'm kind of talking about now, which is actually what Wesmaxxxing was always meant to be, was like doing whatever it takes to ascend type of mentality. So that kind of got lost with like the first popularization, because like a lot of the creators weren't really like tapped in with the actual Wesmaxxxing community. But now I'm saying like, guys, like this is serious, because I talk a lot about the ideology of why should you Wesmaxx? Why is it so important?
Yeah.
You know,
that's what I want to talk about. So,
yeah,
because I mean, candidly speaking, like, obviously I understand to an extent the way you look affects the way that you're received by people.
Right.
Right. So taller people normally are looked at maybe a little bit more respected, just because like it's just like a default thing that humans sort of see.
Yeah, just evolution.
And then visually, yeah, people tend to give more opportunities or more action in any sense, not even necessarily like sexual relations, all that. Just like even men to men are more like, I'm more apt to sort of give you the time of day to hear you out if they're attracted to you, or I'm not saying it's like a guy on guy thing, but like in general.
It's just a subconscious bias. It's the halo effect.
But it's also a little bit of a feminine trait. Carrying to some crazy degree how you look, because we were doing this pod last night. I mean, I've talked about this plenty of times, but I was with Steiny. We were talking with Sky Bree about like, why are people so concerned like in interrelationships with men and women, where it's like, men look for women, and one of the highest sort of things that they look for is the way that they look visually, right? And the highest thing sort of women look for is financial security, so like money. Right, those are the two sort of trade-offs.
Well, is that really true though? The highest thing that women look for is definitely still looks over wealth. I think that's been very easily disproven by like a lot of the self-report studies that we've seen, and just like stuff with dating apps reporting their data. So I don't really think that's true at all.
You think that women look for looks more than anything?
Yes, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think that most women? I guess in the short term that might be true, but like in the long term, do you think that that's what's true?
I think that when it's time to actually have a partner in the long term, that might come into play more. But a lot of these women won't even give you the time of day to prove your value, prove your income if you're an ugly mother, right? So if you can't even have that first interaction go well, there's no way to build a rapport with women and be this guy who's got a high income, because you never even had that door opened, right? So looks are 100% the most important driving factor in relationships for men and women. And just circling back to the thing about it being feminine to care about your looks,
not necessarily like, I'm not saying.
Yeah. So I do agree with you. I think it's feminine only because women are the only, people who are right now caring about their looks, but that doesn't necessarily make it feminine in, your pursuit of improving, It's just something that they traditionally have cared about, but there's nothing inherently feminine about Wesmaxxxing.
It's it just seemed, I don't know. I guess my perspective of it is like, there's so many more things that a man could focus on. Not that, if he can't make himself look better, right? I'm not saying like, you don't do any of the things to make yourself look better. I do believe that. But to some extent, it's like, there's so many other sort of buckets in your life that you could improve on that would also make you more sought after. And I do understand what you're saying, where if there's no initial attraction, that maybe that no matter how much money someone has, maybe they're just not even opening that door. But I do think that changes as you get older. I think as you get older, for both sides and both sexes, people are looking for different things. I think when you're younger, they're definitely looking for that.
Yeah, when you're 20, you're looking for 20-year-olds, and when you're 50, you're looking for 20-year-olds if you're a man. That's the difference between men and women.
Right? But I think it evolves.
Well, I think you would be right that there is a lot more you can do as a man who's unattractive to kind of build yourself up. Like if you're a woman and you're ugly, you're pretty much right. There's really no getting around that. As a man, you could increase your income. You know, you could become a high status person. But the problem is that a lot of people leave out this key piece of nuance is that you have to, succeed so much in terms of, your annual income or how high status you are to compete with people who are good looking, right? So maybe we're sitting here talking about it, influencers or some other red pill guy who are like top percentile stat. Like this is not, your status and your income. Like that's not going to be achievable by the average person like listening to the podcast, right? So whereas maybe improving, 20 percentiles in looks is much more achievable, which is why like as a general rule of thumb, I think that looksmaxxing is a better way to improve yourself as a man than income and status. I think it's just more realistic.
So because it's a lower hanging fruit to be able to do.
Yes.
I see. For the majority of the population.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And I like to speak in sociological terms. Like I don't really like to, and then people will say, well, what about this guy? It's like, well, what I'm talking about is across societies. So yeah, looks is going to be much easier for the average person to improve upon because to become high income and high status enough to where it actually like means something is going to serve to halo you. You really have to like push the limits hard. Like even making like $1 million a year, right? Top 0.025 percentile in the United States, going against a good looking guy, you're probably still going to be at a huge deficit there,
In the dating market, you're saying.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. But so do you think the reason why you have success is because of your looks?
On social media?
Yeah.
Not entirely. I would say that there's probably a lot of variables that go into it, but probably just, I think my speaking abilities are good. I think I'm someone.
Well, that's what I was going to say. I think the reason why, obviously, being attractive is a good thing, but I think the reason why you're able to even have any success on the internet is not just because you're an attractive dude. It's more so because you're able to speak clearly and coherently. I think that's more one of the valuable traits.
Right. Yeah. And that's one of the most important traits that you can have as a male is your charisma and speaking abilities. Being able.
I mean, I Show Speed exists. Aiden Ross exists. Aiden Ross is probably an even better example. That guy is a full-fledged fucktard, and he is functionally illiterate. I Show Speed is actually a smart guy. He just acts like a fucktard. So yeah, I don't think anybody thinks I Show Speed is particularly good looking or particularly articulate. He's just entertaining.
Able to convey ideas. So yeah, I would definitely agree with you there that it's more so that, but it's also just I've definitely looked a lot worse, growing up and posting the transformations and stuff has definitely helped with gaining a little bit of traction. But yeah, I would tend to agree.
Okay, so we got to talk about that. Pull up the clip with Ed. I saw this clip where you were explaining to Ed on stream about how you used to look in 2023, I think it was, or
22.
22
from last night's stream, right?
Yeah, I think so. I don't know when I just see the clips fly around. It's interesting because you're speaking about it as if like you weren't. I think at that time you were 17.
In 2022, I would have been. Yeah. That sounds
so
right,
like this clip. So you were 17 in that picture there.
Mm-hmm.
But like, aren't you also just growing up? You don't think that you would have like?
No. I agree that a lot of the times people go through puberty and they look a lot better. That tends to be how it goes. You grow into your face, your fat redistributes. But I've taken things a lot further than just simple development. I've really worked to optimize all my growth pathways in every way that I know how. Right. So maybe I would have been slightly shorter. Maybe my frame would have been a little bit worse. Right. So a less masculinized face. I think that the base is obviously like one of the most important things. If you're someone who's horrible off genetically, you're not going to be able to really ascend that much unless you're getting, these extreme plastic surgeries.
I can use the word ascend is so hilarious to me. I'm not going to lie.
No, the terms are funny, man. So we'll have some good ones today. But I don't think that the base is to be overlooked. I think that's complete bullshit when people say, oh, like, you just have to do these things and you could become a top percentile like Chad. It's like, no, if your genetics suck, there's really not much that you could do. You're just going to improve, right? So that's essentially what I'm saying is like, yeah, maybe the base was okay, not the worst in the world, but this was not just regular puberty that that I did to achieve my results.
So what are all the things that it took you to get here?
A lot of pharmaceutical intervention, I would say, is the main thing that I talk about. Like, you know, TRT during puberty, you know, so having like that super optimized developmental stage is really important, as well as HGH. I started that when I was 16 for a little bit more vertical growth. And obviously, you know,
there's no chance he took enough HGH to actually impact his height.
I've used plenty of different compounds, like, you know, Masteron for increasing dick size was another one. I took so that's one that works.
You think Masteron makes your dick bigger?
Only when you're young, right? Your penile development stops when you're around 16. So
interesting.
Yeah, like if you were to use like DHT gel, well,
anecdotally, I have heard a lot of dudes on Masteron say their penis got bigger. It may not have anything to do with the Masteron. It might have something to do with the total amount of androgens they're taking. Because if you're taking Masteron, you're adding in more anabolics to your stack. You're not just switching like to Masteron. So like the total anabolic load's higher. Or androgenic loads higher. And yeah, I've also anecdotally heard dudes using DHT cream on their penis. Who knows? I think chances are, if there was anything to it, the pharmaceutical industry would have discovered this by now. And they would actually be selling medications to make your penis bigger.
while you're developing, like you're gonna have gains for sure. So and yeah, so there's been a lot of different stuff that I've done to just pretty much enhance growth pathways.
Yeah, you can stretch your dick. The research on the penis stretching devices is really bad. Like, you'll see studies where dudes literally stretch their dick out for well over an hour a day. And then at the end of the study, their penis grows like 5 millimeters. And that's after like 2 months. So, again, anecdotally, you'll find like dudes randomly who said their like dick grew 1.5 inches or something. Like, I don't believe it.
What's the pump thing? You've done
The
that?
dick pump? Yeah, dude. People always ask about the fucking dick pump, man. I don't really have time to do it anymore. Just to be fully honest, I don't even work out anymore. I haven't got to the gym in over a month, which is.
I feel like wouldn't that be a mainstay in what you?
No, I fully agree with you. I still think that that's the case. It's just streaming. It's kind of fucked me up.
Yeah.
With everything. So I fully agree. The gym is one of the most important things you could do as a man for Wesmaxxxing, because not only are you building your physique, your presence, a lot of the times you're recomping your entire physique and getting leaner. So that's going to help you with your face a lot too.
Yeah.
So I'm a huge advocate of the gym.
Yeah. What about the mental aspect of it though?
Of the gym?
Yeah.
I hate the gym, quite honestly. I cannot stand the gym. It's just something that you kind of have to do as a man. Like, I don't really think that it's an enjoyable process if you're training correctly, right? So people will watch these videos of like, the gym influencers, like maybe you watch Rich Piana, like 8-hour arm workout. Like, that is fun. Going into the gym and just filling your muscles with like lactic acid and getting a pump. It's really fun, right? Taking Cialis. But that's not really the most optimal way to train, like according to the literature. Like, training in like a super optimal sense in terms of hypertrophy is not exactly a fun process. Like, we're talking low rep ranges, high restorations. So it's not like really that much enjoyment to me.
Yeah, I see. But I think the thing that I've gotten the most out of it is just like your ability to overcome shit in your life. I think is the most valuable part of the gym. Which, like, if we're talking about as a man and being better in any regard, that's not just outward facing. I think you develop so much through the gym that you just can't overlook as a man.
Yeah, and I think it's almost a similar process with like Wesmaxxxing, almost in a sense, right? The intent is quite similar, right? You're trying to transform yourself. One is just your physique, and one is just more, tailored to your face. Do you see that resemblance?
Yeah. I don't know. I've just never. I can't say I've never cared about how I look, because that would be a lie, right? I've done bodybuilding for vanity purposes for so many years, but I just feel like at some point you're just like, like, do you think you'll be like this when you're older? You think you'll care so much about how you look when you get older?
Well, dude, it starts to
no chance.
diminish certainly as the other metrics improve in your life, like your status and your income. Like, you know, you go through your Instagram DMs, like once you start having like a little bit of fame on Instagram versus me, like at the start of this year, I worked in a restaurant, right? It's just the switch up on life is so exponential that like I could see how that could happen to some people. It's like you really have it made. But like to achieve that and for the looks to not matter anymore, you have to succeed at such a high degree that it's just it's not realistic for people.
And you're talking about just in regards to like
that's the personal anecdote, yeah.
And you're talking about in regards to dating.
Yeah, absolutely. And overall treatment too. It's like you know, maybe someone who's not the best looking guy, but they're, you know, a superstar like actor or something. People are going to be treating them you know, phenomenally, no matter what they look like. But once again, that's not something that will ever be achieved by
the majority
of people.
Yeah.
So it's just not worth acknowledging.
Interesting. So you started taking TRT, or testosterone and other derivatives when you said 16 or
14. I used Masteron when I was, and HGH when I was 16.
And you weren't going to the gym?
I was going to the gym. I was a very consistent gym goer up until really like when I started streaming is when it all went to shit. I probably lost about like 15 pounds since I started streaming.
Might have been the meth though.
Well, it could have been meth, but yeah, it's just like lack of time. So I guess, but I'll get back into the gym soon.
Yeah. So what did you do? You said you worked where before this?
I worked at a restaurant.
Okay. So what made you be like, hey, there's this like, how did you see the opportunity of this, the speaking points, the information?
Oh, this is all stuff that, you know, the reason I had that restaurant job was to afford plastic surgery, right? I was trying to save up. So that was the intention behind it. So I've always been thinking, this has been my mentality for ages. Like this is just something that I started getting traction on social media with quite recently, but this has always been my thought process.
So what got you thinking about that so young then? What got you thinking that I need to be more attractive to succeed?
So it kind of started off as more of just, okay, there's this thing that I could take, which is steroids that will make me, you know, get to the physique I want a lot sooner in my life. And I was always just, I had a home gym, you know, in my basement, a lot of weights. So I was lifting them, you know, when I was a young kid. And I was like, wait a sec, because I was also reading on forums about, you know, like bodybuilding.com. And I was like, wait a second, if there are these steroids that I could take to achieve my results quicker, like it's like a cheat code in video, like why wouldn't I do it? So that's kind of what got me started there, was just like, okay, achieving results quicker. I'm not someone who really cares about, the ends always justify the means, in my opinion. So that was why I started with that. And I would just be reading like, you know, forum posts, like Reddit, and from bodybuilding stuff, because I did enjoy bodybuilding a lot. Like I was a huge like fan of Rich when I was growing up. I'd say it was probably my main like inspiration, one of. So
I did not see the Dragunov Tekken ending. Yeah, I didn't play through the arcade mode, and I didn't bother watching all the end cutscenes on YouTube. Thanks for the donation, Chris. Appreciate it.
Mishima Zaibatsu, as well as its myriad assets, were placed under the supervision of Dragunov's homeland, and thus the White Angel of Death was finally given a brief yet well-deserved
Jesus fucking YouTube
respite.
К другим новостям. Очередная компания пала жертвой глобального экономического кризиса, вызванного действиями корпорации G. Всемирно известное издательство объявило о банкротстве.
Cela faisait fight.
The fuck was that?
Good dude.
Yes,
I
knew
him well.
So like, you know, when he says like whatever it takes, like that was always something that really resonated. So, you know, as more of like the influence of like the Luxmaxxing, like maybe the face is more important than the physique started to creep in, because obviously you saw the pics there. Like I was just dirty bulking off of fast food every day, just trying to put on as much muscle as possible. Then I was like, wait, maybe, you know, I'm going about this a little bit wrong. You know, maybe the face is more important. So that's kind of just like a realization I had, and I shifted my priorities a little bit.
What was the first plastic surgery thing you did?
I haven't had plastic surgery yet. That's
So what's the
something
first thing you've done that's like that you've done to your face that?
well, I've done like a lot of things like fat dissolvers. Like I've injected lipolysis agents into my face. Was a big one. And bone smashing was another one that.
Yeah, this one is. I find it so funny.
So we're just with Todd Duffy the other day talking about bone smashing, and he was telling us like, yeah, absolutely. His face has masculinized quite a bit from just like the sheer amount of trauma and microfractures. You look at like the Strickland X-rays of his shins, and this is according to a principle called Wolff's Law, right? When you break down a bone, it's going to grow back stronger. So you're just localizing it and, you know, being a little bit more precise rather than just joining the MMA and getting punched randomly. You see all these guys' brow ridges, they're, you know, insane. So this is just a more like meticulous method.
Is there some sort of metric? Because I see you like rate people.
Mhm.
Is there how do they get the metric, and who's created this metric of?
Show me one fighter who looks like their brow ridge and cheekbones, like, and chin got bigger. Like, does anybody know anyone? Like, I know Chuck Liddell took a lot of hits to the head. Like, he got knocked out so many times. He looks the same. Who else took, like, a lot of pounding to their face? Like, Muhammad Ali looked the same. Like he's saying this, but like I can't think of one example.
Like,
well, this is stuff that's been around since like ancient Greece. Like when we talk about the mid-face ratio, this is something that they created. So there's something called the golden ratio, and I'm just someone who's been in the space and super into aesthetics for a long time. So I could just kind of take a look at someone's face and have like a very, very accurate understanding of like how they would score harmony wise, like if we were to do all the measurements, just like in my head in an instant. And everyone could almost do the same. They just don't know it, right? These are subconscious biases because these numbers are based off of what's ideal, and what's ideal you already know, but you just can't like, you know, necessarily articulate. So you know if someone's good looking or not in like a half a second, just looking at them right away. Everyone knows it. I just know why. I know specifics on what number is wrong. So that's kind of how I go about it. Because like the stuff that I'm talking about, you know, like bone smashing, as long as you're not an idiot like me who's posting all this shit on social media, if you do it, no one's gonna know. Whereas like you're wearing an ear piercing. So if you conceal like your looks maxing, it could only serve to benefit you.
So you like do it here.
Yeah.
And just to get like the cheekbone more prominent.
Yeah. So I'll like lay in my bed and punch myself in the face.
No, stop, bro.
Yeah.
There's no way.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, bro. So
so sorry. It's insane to me.
I know it's a little silly.
Like, I haven't seen any evidence that this has made him look any different. Nate Diaz, for example, he looks the same. He's just got older. Nate Diaz face.
I find it funny and ironic that one of the most famous flat earthers is actually vegan and promotes veganism.
Meat and dairy, as part of a balanced diet, is a monstrous myth. Fattening, cholesterol.
Weird. I didn't know that about him. Yeah, that is weird. Let's see. Yeah, this would have been him around the Ultimate Fighter days. Like, he just got older. I don't see any evidence that, like, his face fundamentally changed. Like, his brow ridge isn't higher, his cheekbones aren't bigger, like... And again, this is a guy who's been fighting for like over 20 years. So, 20 years of getting punched in the face. And then bone smashing is supposed to do anything? Like, I don't buy it. I just don't see any credibility whatsoever with the whole bone smashing idea.
But like the science is there, the anecdotes are there. Like bone smashing's legit, you know.
It sounds. So you don't take a hammer and go like this?
I used to do it with a hammer, but my mom used to always take away my hammers because they do us. They would come into my bathroom and they would like look through all the drawers and like they take the hammers out. Like all the hammers in the house would be hidden.
What do your parents think about everything that you sort of become?
They hate it, but it's doing well now, so it's like okay. There's nothing they could really say, but
what did they think about the testosterone? Did you like tell your mom that? Like, how did you even get it so young?
well, my mom did shows as well, so and
She was a competitor?
Yeah, so
oh, that's cool.
But no, they were not in support of this at all. They used to always take away my steroids. So like there'd be times where I'd be screwed. I'd have to go like a month without pinning or something while I was resourcing gear. I'd have to like ship it to like a PO box or just like have them hold it at the post. And they'd always be taking away my roids. So I'd be screwed. I'd have to hide vials of tests in like 10 different locations to avoid going hypogonadal when I was when I was in puberty.
You're not concerned with your sperm count just diminishing?
Well, I mean, I've been using HCG.
Yeah.
And when it's time for a kid, you know, I'll also use HMG.
Yeah.
So I don't really have a concern there. It's so rare. It's like, you know, what 1 in 100,000, you know, chance of going fully infertile from testosterone. So,
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to bring it back.
yeah, there's a lot of like fear mongering with that kind of stuff, which I don't.
B donated $2. Let me see.
And we are now finding
Yeah, I
out
already
more
saw
about
this.
why a small plane crashed onto I-95 in Brevard County. Incredible video from a viewer shows
Nancy Jets aircraft collided.
Yeah, I've already seen this. Really, really weird. Thanks for the donation, B.
I don't really like when people just, you know, say these things. Oh, test is going to make you infertile. It's like, dude, that's not really true at all.
Yeah.
So
so there's nothing you were sort of concerned with doing to achieve the look? There's nothing that's like,
no, dude. I really like am like a pretty low inhib guy. Like I don't really get concerned over. I didn't know exactly what I was doing, certainly when I started, which is like the main thing that I regret is like not being more well read on pharmacology before starting doing roids. But at the end of the day, almost no one is. So if I could go back and just be more well researched, I would have.
Yeah.
You know,
what happened recently? You were with the Santa Cruz guy and you did this jujitsu. This guy was like, went really hard on you.
Oh yeah, no, it's fine. That's what sport is, you know?
Yeah, it's classic. It's how it is. It always goes. Anytime you're filming, it's like just, you already know they're not going to go any sort of low percent. They're going 100.
Yeah.
I've never seen anybody get acromegaly from human growth hormone. I haven't even been able to find any case reports. I saw one where they said he had acromegaly, but he didn't. They took photos. Like, I've literally never seen anybody get that from injecting growth hormone. I've only seen it from people with the tumor in their pituitary gland. You know, the gigantism thing.
Yeah.
Did you expect that?
No, not really. But like, cause that was like 30 seconds after we walked into the gym. Like,
oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah. So, I don't know. That was like a big thing that people talked about. And, I don't really have a problem with myself. Like I would expect that. Like I would want people to not necessarily go easy, on me, but I would probably like to have like done a little bit of like practice first.
Yeah.
You know, because I just don't know jujitsu well. I've even seen you do jujitsu too. It's difficult, you know.
It's hard.
You know,
It's like one of the hardest things ever.
Yeah, it's
Especially
like
someone who knows how to do it.
Well, it's like chess, man. Like even someone who's like a lot smaller than you, if they know how to like position their body right and they've been training for a while, like know how to distribute their weight, like they can really like, you know, throw you around. So is
that ever something you would try to do more of, or is this not like
MMA? Dude, I mean, I thought it was really fun. Like regardless of, you know, how I got my beat, like it was enjoyable to do that whole experience. But I just really don't have the time these days with all the content. But I would certainly do it if I did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw a clip of you putting like, I don't know, on your shoulders.
Shoulder pads?
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that was the gayest thing I've ever saw though.
That's gay?
That's so
How
gay.
is that gay?
Because it's like,
but it gets you a result.
I
But
get
if it
it.
gets you more women, how's it gay?
It's just, I don't know. I understand.
It's not
like,
gay. It's not gay. You see, like you always ask, how is it gay?
It's gay. How about you lift?
I don't know, man. It just like
because it's feminine. Because girls do this thing, you know. They use the same thing to get this. I guess you're just.
works. So we fall for this shit all the time, man. Sometimes you take off a girl's bra, you're like, holy shit, man. Get a little. So why would we not do the same?
I get it. I understand the reasoning.
Yeah.
But it's like just hit shoulders more.
Wait, do both. Do both. What are we talking about here? It's like these things are not mutually exclusive mechanisms to improve. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, absolutely hit shoulders. But imagine we were to give you shoulder pads. Like, bro, you'd be even bigger. Like, I'm not telling anyone, hey, you don't have to, work out anymore. Here's this like alternative. I'm telling you, work out and do that.
I see. Yeah. So you don't think though there's people who are going to see stuff like in the clips in the moments and just like defer to the easy route? Because most people just do the easy thing. They don't.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. No, most people would absolutely take the easy route, but that's not really my responsibility because I'm very clear with what I advocate for.
Yeah.
I think that people should be doing whatever it takes, right? And that's just taking a step further. It's not one or the other. I'm literally doing whatever it takes,
Yeah.
So
damn, Rich Piana mindset. I love it.
Yeah, man.
Speaking of fitness people, what's your beef with Greg? Or do you or he just has beef with you? Because he likes to talk about you.
Yeah, well, Greg likes to talk about anyone who has a little bit of clout going for them or is in like the mainstream, I guess. At the time, like he did the same thing with Togi. So it's just I'm like an
I see the comments here, the new Togi for Greg.
Yeah. I think me and Togi might have a good amount of similarities. It's maybe slightly different intent. But yeah, so no, Greg, he makes a lot of these videos calling me out for doing roids, and then he'll push his like fucking compliments of like testosterone and all this bullshit when it doesn't work. It's like, what did you actually do, Greg? Like he's on steroids himself and he's swaying people away from them to take natural copes and sell a cookbook, right? So it's like the most obvious like just grift ever. It's a marketing tactic.
Yeah, I mean it's how fitness has been forever. Before it was like the ads, they were like 500% increase.
Guaranteed Greg is going to make a video about this. Guaranteed.
It's like eating this protein of muscle synthesis and it was just all bullshit and they would use bodybuilders.
We might even react to that tomorrow because I'm sure Greg will shit out a video pretty quick. But yeah, guaranteed Greg's going to react to this and I know exactly what he's going to say. How is it possible that testosterone doesn't work? This is the only supplement on the market that has real Ajuga turkistanica. I've made all these videos about research, blah, blah, blah. I gained 5 pounds of muscle. Yeah, like, I know exactly what he's going to do.
Just to continue the sort of bull, basically.
Yeah, like I don't recommend people to take steroids unless they have extremely comprehensive knowledge on what they're doing. So I'm not just like running around haphazardly telling people, oh yeah, just get on roids, right? So I'm saying, do the research, have a very comprehensive understanding, and then there's benefit that you could get out of them. That's like a very fair and like mild take to give.
Yeah.
But for when Greg, who literally uses steroids to attribute his success to a cookbook, like what are we talking about here? This is just an obvious, it's a scam. It's just a money-making opportunity, which is like, fine, like I get it, but don't drag my name through the mud to sell your,
Yeah. There are obviously the food you eat is important, right? There is.
Oh no, absolutely. I would say that the cookbook is probably one of the better things that he sells. Well, I'm talking about like the I don't call them supplements, coplements. So all of that kind of garbage, like over the counter nonsense. I would say funneling people to that instead of like what you actually did as a creator. Just I don't know. It seems a little.
I see what you're saying for sure. Yeah. Is there anyone in the because it sounds like you came from in the beginning of everything.
Space,
yeah.
Yes.
It sounds like you came from there more prevalent than any other space.
Yep.
Is there anyone else that you'd really like to collaborate with in that space?
Well, I think that me and actually David Lade, who I've talked to for a little bit, have a lot of similar understandings with pharmacology. So that'd be a potential collab.
I love David.
Yeah, so he's pretty cool, and that's obviously like one of the just top people in the fitness space ever.
Yeah.
So that'd be a really cool one. And Togi obviously, but I think we've got something coming up soon.
Yeah, I spoke to him yesterday at the gym. He was asking me about you because he knew we were gonna do the podcast.
Oh yeah, okay, that's good. So yeah, no, we'll have something set up with Togi for sure. In the near future. But I don't know too much about the modern fitness space. I think it's I'm really disappointed in like the direction it's taken. It's kind of like a fall from grace, I would say.
I agree.
Because like the stuff that you used to put out, like Rich, like in the 5% stuff, like that's what I liked, right?
Yeah.
I don't like the modern era. What I mean?
What do you think has happened from your perspective? Because it sounds like because if you were watching Rich, that was like the beginning of everything. So you've seen it all.
Yeah, that's just it's just the mentality of the influencers, right? They're not like actually willing to it, and that's really what got me going was like, the mentality over everything. I don't really think that anyone gives a fuck too much about the gym anymore. It's kind of just like a hangout spot. It's like a thing for girls. And that's never really what I like to see growing up, you know?
You like the actual workout stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's changed a lot. I think it's just because it's gotten to a point where
It's also cringe now.
It's gotten so saturated because people just go, oh, I can just like get halfway in shape and then I'm an influencer.
Well, yeah, all the stuff with like the lighting and it's, you know, a lot of frauding. It is what it is, but we've seen that in this industry for a while now too.
Yeah. I wonder if it ever goes back to what it was, where it was just like more, I don't know, I guess the word is serious or like actual
I think
care.
you've talked about it before.
Was it ever serious? Like, I feel like it's the most serious it's been ever.
Too, is people will work out for maybe 6 months, have like a little bit of muscle that's able to be kind of frauded in like downlighting and start a fitness page. Whereas back in the day, to actually have a little bit of clout, like, you know, Jeff's side, like you, Rich, like you have to be like you have to have your accolades in check and like actually be like a serious person who's worked out for years for the community to actually like respect you.
Yeah.
Whereas now anyone is starting a fucking Instagram page and doing, you know, fitness coaching, literally 3 months into training, you know?
Yeah. I wonder if Lookmaxxing gets there where like anyone just starts doing the Lookmaxxing coaching, because that's something you sell, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So that's something that I've recently done. Yeah.
I wonder if it just turns into the same sort of, just like everyone's just so concerned with money.
Yeah. Well, that's social media in general. So obviously, any niche would take the same, you know, course. You know.
Yeah. Over time, gets saturated. Oh, this is easy. I can make easy money.
Yeah, that's nothing new. It's all social media stuff.
So, do you actually care about it?
About Lookmaxxing?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'm not someone who really cares as much about like maybe on a 1 day, you know, term. Like if I look bad or my hair looks bad, or if I get a bad haircut, to not post. That's like a very common thing in the community. But I just want over time to improve myself, right? I'm not someone who you know, gets caught off guard on a picture and throws a fail. Oh, bro, delete that. I'm like, it is what it is. I just know that I'm working and I'm doing what I can to improve.
Yeah.
You know.
Did you? So you grew up with both your parents, right?
I did.
And they're both don't like what you're doing, or
no? They don't. It's gotten me a little bit of success on social media, so they're having to be like a little more accepting of it, because it's like, okay, if something is doing so well, you know.
What do they not like about it? That they think that you're
the meth stuff was
well,
probably the worst of the worst, and it's bad because like their friends will see it, and you know, it's I guess people would assume it's a bad reflection on my parents, but I was just always a very like independent kid. Like my parents tried to stop me, but no one could. Like it was not their fault that I am the way that I am, you know, because they really did try to like, you know, get me to not be doing steroids.
I think Clav is 19 right now.
But I was, you know, doing whatever it takes once again.
Yeah.
So
So when you were young and you first got into this, you know, your journey, essentially, even trying to get to where you're at, did you always, because I've talked to a lot of people over a very long time, and most people who end up having success always have this mentality that there's something more for them than what they're doing currently, despite where they were actually at and how far away they might have been from it. Did you always sort of believe that, not necessarily would you be here, but would you have more success in your life?
Well, there was like a pretty like hard period in 2024 where shit started going like pretty wrong. I got expelled from college after 3 weeks for steroids.
How do you get expelled for steroids?
It's bull, because I had probably like 80 vials of steroids in my dorm room. I wasn't selling them. I just had that many steroids.
Why? Because they would expire eventually.
Just like all the stuff that you would buy from overseas would come in like kits of 10. So I would have like 10 vials of Tren, 10 vials of Equipoise, 10 vials of, you know, this ester of testosterone, you know, different ester. So that was why. And, you know, they were just like, okay, you're gone. And I didn't know what to do with myself. You know, I was not doing social media really at the time. Like I was posting stuff on TikTok, but I had no income from it. So I had to go back to work at my restaurant job. And that was like, I was very unsure of like where my life would go at the time, but I didn't really.
At what age is this? 18?
This was last year.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So
quick turnaround.
Yeah, no, I know. So then what I decided was, okay, well, I know if I improve my looks, my life will also improve. So I grinded every single day. I was working like 75-hour weeks because I wanted to afford plastic surgery, which, you know, I'm still getting within the next month. And I was like, okay, so I'm going to grind every day. I save up
He's going to be the next Frank Tufano.
My 35K. I'm going to invest it in jaw surgery, and then we'll take life.
So you're going to get jaw surgery to do what?
To advance my, you know, upper and lower jaws. So it's the Bimax, and get.
So what, they add spacers or something?
No, they just do an osteotomy, extend it, and then put plates and screws.
So your face is going to look longer?
Yeah, slightly, and move forward as well. So it's a little bit hard to explain unless you like have looked into surgeries a little bit, but that'll be coming in the next month. So that's what I intended. That was like, okay, I'm gonna go to work, I'm gonna save up for this, and then from there, you know, I'll obviously clear my investment easily, because investing, you know, $35,000 into surgery, that's gonna have a massive increase on the way people perceive you, the opportunities you have in life, you know, no brainer. So that was my mentality there. And that's kind of what kept me going, was I had like a milestone to work towards. And then I, you know, just started doing social media again, because I was like, okay, there's no one in college who's going to see this. Like, I'm not trying to, you know, have like a social life or anything. So I was just spamming like the super autistic like videos of me bone smashing, because it didn't matter, right? I just worked with a bunch of other servers in a restaurant. So I started doing that again. And then over time, it started picking up more and more traction. People like the stuff that I was talking about. I was able to monetize it. So I just kind of went full time with social media.
So, okay. So it kind of found you a little bit. I mean, you're just kind of shit posting and it kind of just started to work out.
Yeah. Even before I was kicked out of school, like I was a pretty big name in the Wesmaxxxing community for about 2 years now.
Who are the other big names? Like who do you think it brought it? Because you know you talked about it in ancient times as far as like aesthetic and proportions, but who do you think brought it to the mainstream currently?
This guy Syrian Psycho, K Shami. I don't know if you've seen him on TikTok. He does like the Patrick Bateman stuff.
No, I haven't.
So he's just a buddy of mine who kind of did like the first push in 2023. But it was more just like lighthearted like jokes, maybe slightly less intensive Wesmaxxxing. But now I've sent it in the direction of peptides and surgery, which might seem insane, but what I've always responded to people who tell me how insane my methods are and how over the top it is I'll refer them back to like, you know, some of the statistics about dating and how, you know, the bottom 80% of women are going for the top 20% of men. Like that's insane, right? So maybe it's just an adaptation to the world that we live in, you know?
Yeah, for sure. It's weird, man. We've gotten to a weird place.
Yeah, we're living in weird times.
Yeah, where it's just like, I don't know. I get it. I understand it. I understand why you do it. Do you think there's any sort of bad that comes from pushing it?
From pushing Wesmaxxxing, yes, because most people will get severe BDD, body dysmorphia. Yes. So from understanding aesthetics, right? If you learn all these numbers and you understand like facial harmony and you're not within the ideals, that's a tough reality to face. But it's kind of just like a hard truth that you need to get over. And then, because you need to understand.
You can't like mathematically prove beauty. There's associations with like certain facial structures and proportions and what people generally perceive as beautiful, but like people just look different. So you know, one person isn't necessarily better looking than another because they have a closer fit to some, like, you know, somewhat arbitrarily defined mathematical, you know, geometric shape.
Understand the problem before you could find a solution. So it's just that's going to suck. Finding out you're unattractive is a really hard thing, but most people know it already. They just don't know why. So absolutely, like people could be perfectionists and really take things over the top. Like we've seen like those guys, like the male Barbie botch jobs who have like 3 rhinoplasties and their noses are like non-existent. So like that can happen if you're not objective with yourself. So I do, you know, worry about that. But at the
you know, I think Gummy might have gotten a little fuzzier. He feels really fuzzy. Very fuzzy and soft. He has really, really wonderful cat fur. Just so beautiful and so soft and warm. I love this cat.
At the end of the day, there's a lot that of positivity you could get out of improving yourself.
I mean, it's kind of like bodybuilding, like the same thing. Like
yeah, you could take it too far.
You could take anything too far. I mean, the genetic thing is you're never going to sort of run that, but regardless of where you're at, you could always improve it. So it's the same sort of concept, I guess.
Yeah, and bodybuilding is arguably way more dangerous of a sport than what I'm doing. You know, we're talking over here about TRT, right? But then you have guys like Sulek who are probably on at least, you know, a few grams of steroids. You know, that doesn't really get as much criticism as me talking about HGH during puberty, you know?
Yeah.
So I would say that that's probably the first place to start. and that's where people are really their health. You know, you don't see people dying from looks maxing, that's for sure.
Yeah. What about the makeup thing? I think I saw a clip of you talking about makeup with guys like that's that's kind of
what?
That's feminine. That one's getting feminine.
Well, yeah, that
Because
one.
there's some level of like masculinity where it's like also being a man is accepting who you are.
No, I don't think so. Because if you just attributed, or if you like, you know, use that same mentality for like the gym, just accepting who you are, like no one would work out, you know? So like,
But
why
that's-
can we like pick and choose like what to say,
Well-
like, oh, just accept who you are?
Well, accepting who you are and like working your body is different than like masking something from the outside.
Well, so like, if someone has like horrendous acne, you're telling them that it wouldn't be a good idea to cover that up with makeup. That just seems like a very logical thing.
I guess in that circumstance, I mean,
That's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about people doing like, you know, traditional feminine eyeshadow. Well, I'm talking about just like, you know, concealing like acne is one of the things that I've mentioned before. People just hear makeup and they'll be like, oh my God, like that's so gay. It's like, no, maybe people from time to time will cover up like some, you know, discoloration on their skin with concealer. It's like, is that really that over the line?
I see what you're saying.
You know?
I guess I just saw the clip and I was just assuming it was like fucking.
To be fair, the way that I do a lot of my content is like we say math or we say makeup, and because that's just like a clip, a headline. But when I actually like explain what I'm talking about, oh, we're talking about Disoxin, that's a prescription, dextromethamphetamine. We're talking about maybe a little concealer for acne. So it's not as bad, but just when you hear it right off the bat without me having to explain myself, you know, that's where it can seem crazy. You know,
I saw the podcast of you with Matan where he was saying you were gay because you cared about looks.
Yeah, that's just
I mean, he's a troll.
Yeah, obviously but people on Twitter love to do that. They love to do the whole name calling thing, and I think it's just the same playbook being used, if I had to guess, that was used on conservatives for the longest time with the whole calling people a racist.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, how do we actually combat this new thing? Because, and a lot of the times they don't even know what this new thing is, what I'm talking about, looks max. It's just people are worried because I say the N word, so maybe they think it's like some new conservative movement. First of all, I don't really like politics whatsoever, not at all. So that they might be just trying to like kind of stop me in my tracks by, oh, this guy's a homosexual. You know, they love to do the name calling thing.
Yeah,
Just
that's
like,
been forever like that.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. Like it's just the same leftist garbage tactics. Like it doesn't work. Calling people racist, it doesn't work anymore.
Yeah, I saw that clip of you on the pod with Myron and the guys, and the girl was like, "Don't say that." You're like, "I just said it."
Yeah, no, exactly, man. So it's just like I'm just like a free spirited person. Like I don't want to have to restrict like the things that I do or the things that I say as a creator, because I would never be able to create content if I was like worried that like a camera was on all the time. So I just act the exact same on and off camera, and that makes it a lot easier for me.
Yeah, I mean, bro, like as far as success in this space now, I think that's the only way to actually have success.
Right.
Like,
yeah.
It's almost undeniable at this point because like we talked about these, you know, the fitness industry fall from grace, or any industry where it becomes like just a regurgitation of what everyone else has said, the copy and paste. The people who succeed now are the people who are just like, hey, this is who I actually am. It.
Right. Yeah. I've never had to.
How retarded do you think XQC is? I don't think he's particularly retarded. Maybe call his content lazy, but I wouldn't say he's a retard. Not from what I can tell. Really curious about that Brown shooter. Who he's gonna end up being.
To sign, have anyone sign an NDA, that's for sure, because you know it's the exact same, you know, dialect on and off screen. It doesn't matter. It's so easy. You know?
Why do you think people when they hear certain words they're so triggered to say like, oh, he's just racist?
I think that's just the way that they were raised, like their upbringing for sure, and like indoctrinized stuff like that. But I think more and more as we advance as a society, since Trump was elected and all this stuff, for the most part, that's not how anyone reacts to my content. I don't really think, like, I read through a lot of the comments of like clips of me saying that word, and generally nobody cares anymore because they pushed it so far back in 2020 with COVID, with the banning, and like the fact that even Donald Trump was banned off of social media platforms. People are just tired of it. And I guess I'm kind of like, you know, pushing back against that wave of cancel culture. Like it's been totally broken.
Yeah, it definitely feels that way. I think it's a good thing for sure.
No, it absolutely is. And I always say this every time I talk about like that kind of stuff. It would never be possible without Nick. Nick took on all the heat of, you know, things like the ACLU and the ADL. Like he was, you know, in the focus. He was like, so he allowed people like myself to skate by under the radar, maybe just, you know, using some offensive terminology, I guess you could say, some offensive jargon. in a lighthearted way and not really get canceled. So Nick was the
Why is everyone like protecting Nick? I don't get it.
one who paved the way.
Yeah. Where do you think you learned? Where do you think you learned stuff like that?
Like individualism?
Yeah, just like, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of 19-year-olds that are just frankly, I mean, maybe I'm wrong because I don't know a lot of them, and maybe I just know you in this situation, so I could direct it towards you. But do you think then, I guess the better question is, do you think,
does that really seem different?
I see what you're saying.
Yeah, so I don't think that's going to be a problem.
Yeah. So what about dating with you? Has it changed dramatically since you've done all this? Obviously, as you've gotten more clout, it's probably.
Yeah, it's just easier to like secure like very like primitive women. Will DM on Instagram, and it's like it's easier to secure like one night stands, I guess you could say, but that's just not something that really matters to me that much. I'm more so focused on career and streaming. So yeah, like it's cool. You know, you go in your Instagram DM requests and there's like models and it's like, it's all right, but it loses novelty pretty quick. Novelty already kind of like wore off for me.
Yeah.
Like, all right, this is good.
So at some point, obviously, like not saying at this point in your life, you're looking for something serious, but when you do look for something serious, what do you think you would be looking for outside of the looks?
Oh yeah, that's easy, right? So just someone who, well, obviously not someone who's focused on career. Like you don't want a girl who's wanting to work in like a corporate environment and working long hours. You need someone who's willing to, start a family with you essentially. Just a girl who is extremely like modest too is another big one. Like not wearing revealing stuff, like not posting on Instagram. Because the way that I explain it is, your girlfriend, your wife, is an extension of you. So if she's not doing everything in her power to make you look better as a person, then that's just not something that you should want to get into. One of those red pill misogynist guys, which I think is like very cringe.
Yeah.
I hate that, like, oh, make me a sandwich type of mentality, because, and that gets described to me sometimes because I'll go on like a podcast like with women and I'll tell them something like, I don't think you should be working. And a lot of times people say, oh, this guy's like Andrew Tate. And it's like, no, like what, if you would actually let me expand on my point, what I'm saying is that I don't want women to work. That's actually the harder thing, right? Because I think that men should be taking care of their woman.
Yeah,
that's
sure.
Nope. Women can learn to be adults. This is the kind of mentality that leads to the current problem we have, where so many women just act like irresponsible children. If you have no responsibilities, you don't have to worry about making money, and you're just going to get taken care of, you're just going to have an entitled mindset, and that's what a lot of women have, an entitled mindset.
That's much more difficult for me to suggest. And like, you should be saying thank you as a woman for men advocating for this, not like accusing someone of misogyny. I just think it's a little bit silly and ridiculous to think that any woman could have a serious career and start a family. It's not a realistic thing.
Yeah.
So I'm like, yeah, I don't think you should work. It's not misogynistic.
Yeah, it's valid. I mean, that's why I brought the point. That's why I said it. I think you're absolutely right on that.
Yeah, and like I'll also on girls for doing like OnlyFans and pornography. But then after I go on like my rant, I'll say, I don't blame you. Like there's a society of men who are funding this degeneracy. They're gooners. It's like, why wouldn't you take advantage of them? Like it's like a layup shot right there.
Yeah.
It's like the opportunity. So you almost have to blame like the men a lot of the times. And people say, oh, well, you're not going to hold women accountable for this. It's like, well, what do we really expect? Women they don't have a lot of foresight. They're not very smart. Of course they're going to do this, right? It's our job as men to kind of shape society in the way that
Love how he said he's not a misogynist, then he said women aren't very smart.
we want to. And if you guys are going to be buying their subscriptions and sitting there jerking off all the time, of course they're going to do it. You know?
They're being enabled for sure.
I'm not going to sit there and hate on the chick for doing it necessarily. I'm going to call her a whore maybe, but then it's just why it's so important to Wesmaxxxing. So that was probably one of my favorite clubs. Yeah.
Yeah. Sneeko's super sharp. I always enjoy talking to him.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Sneeko's a fucktard.
So before that one, you didn't get to explain much of it. It was just like people just looked at you and they're like, this guy's like, he's valid for things he's saying, but he probably seems a little crazy.
Yeah.
Like that was the general consensus.
Yeah. Everyone thought I was pretty much crazy because I had done maybe some sit down, like long form stuff, but no one saw it. Right. I was streaming on Twitch like earlier in the year, but like pretty low viewership. Like the clips weren't what they were now.
Is the number one thing a guy can do without knowing the guy, obviously. Like if a guy's listening to this podcast, what do you think the number one thing he can do to improve himself visually?
Getting lean is just the thing that stands out the most. That's going to drive 70% of what's achievable. Going as far as hard it becomes more of just a macronutrient total than like the specific food selection. Like food selection really doesn't matter as much as people think it does, especially with GLP-1s like retatrutide and stuff. It just matters that you're hitting your protein for the day and you're maximizing like, your motor unit recruitment in the gym with carbs. Like maximize like motor unit recruitment, like how many muscle fibers can you actually activate when you're training? You're gonna need like upwards of 200 grams,
Carbohydrates.
Right. Yeah. So
I ate blueberries and I ate chicken, and then I would eat broccoli, but I would cook nothing in fat. I had no fat sources. And I'll never forget, man. I remember I was like, I had a girlfriend at the time. I think I had her come visit me. I was in the dorms, and I like literally could not get hard. It was like one of the most embarrassing moments because I was like so active. I would train all the time. I would run every night on this, I went to Sacramento State on this river. I was super lean, like to the point of like, it wasn't a good thing. It was so over the top done that it affected my hormones.
Right. So
yeah, go ahead.
The dietary fat thing, yeah, that's very necessary for your libido. And that's why when you cut super hard or are on prep for a bodybuilding show, like that's the food restriction that can kind of fuck you up the most with your sexual function. But in terms of body composition, it's really not possible for you to maintain the strength in the gym, maintain your protein intake, and be in a deficit unless you go about it with a no fat diet. So in terms of like acute
Retarded Men compilation.
Let me see. That's fake. Some of these seem fake. Yeah, that's definitely fake. Yeah, some of these are fake. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
fat elimination diets, it's not the worst thing in the world for your health. It's like, yeah, there might be issues of libido if you do this in a sustained manner. Not sure how long you went on 0 grams of fat.
Probably for about a year, maybe a year and a half.
But if we're talking about, a month or two,
like intermittently.
Yeah, that's not really going to be problematic. But even going for something like a 50 gram of fat thing, you could usually still have a pretty good macronutrient profile, and that's going to be more than enough to maintain sexual function.
Yeah, I had I was 0 for so long. Like I remember going to the doctor and he was like, "Hey, you want to try this Viagra?" And I was like, "What the fuck? I'm 18. I shouldn't be using eating dick pills that get my dick to work."
No, I like Viagra and CMS.
No, I do too. I'm not saying I don't. But at the time, I didn't know enough about anything, and I was just like, I remember being 18 thinking like, am I going to have to live the rest of my life using this just to get hard? This is crazy. But that's when I was saying, that's when I really got into learning about actual pharmaceuticals and learning about testosterone and learning about all this stuff. And the diet, the thing that I completely overlooked. And I remember I went from like super, super lean to actually getting a little bit chubby for probably like a year period to then obviously getting back in shape again. But I mean, it was the point where I was waking up in the middle of the night peeing because my body was essentially eating itself. Like I was waking up in the middle of the night 4 times.
Yeah,
it's bad.
And also the information that was available to you, not only was it scarce, it was also wrong a lot of the times. Like, the classic like bro splits and diet advice, even like the cycle, protocols that people would post. So you probably had no idea that it was like the fat restriction, or maybe you did at the time.
I did once I started to read about nutrition specifically, and I started to understand like how hormone function worked in unison with eating fat.
Yeah,
that's when I was like, okay, this was my issue. I knew I was eating. I'm talking about like I avoided fat like it was the fuck.
Yeah,
I don't know if he did it on purpose or
no, he was definitely losing his mind. It's like really silly, was just plaguing the community. But now it's like more scientific, I would say.
Yeah. Is there anything you do that people wouldn't know about for either physique or looks maxing?
Something that people don't know about?
Obviously, you're very open with everything you've done, but like, is there something that they wouldn't know?
Something they wouldn't know. Well, there's something that I like to do a lot of injection lipolysis. So to dick max,
like site injection.
Yeah. So to dick max, I'll inject fat dissolvers into my mons pubis. Yeah.
It's probably not a good idea. I'd be worried about hitting a nerve in that area.
My dad 100% did that once. Also, Retarded men compilation.
r/Wall Street bets. Tesla, Netflix, Amazon. Yeah, that's pretty normal. Well, your dad's retarded. Thanks for the donation on Wib.
So yeah,
Because it's around the base, right?
Yeah, around the base. And I've done something even.
Does that hurt? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's probably not the most autistic thing that I've done. So I've tried something where I did PDO threads, which is like a dissolvable collagen thread to create volume. Like a lot of people, like med spas, will do it to fix under eyes and stuff like that, and just rejuvenate the area. So I tried to put them into my dick. And,
into the actual dick.
Yeah, that one didn't work. That was a fail, but that was probably my most like over the line.
That's really stupid. Donateller's important insight. Let me see.
And here are the stats on allies. Alliances are additive, right? You should ideally add up all the complementary capabilities of you and your friends and then share them, divvy them out in an optimal way to deal with things. Well, the Axis alliance was also additive in the sense that the Germans added to their GDP, the GDPs of all the places they occupied. That pretty much accounted for GDP growth in Germany, except that whole way of doing things involves big occupation forces, which are big overhead of these conquered places, and you've also damaged them in the conquest. Whereas the Allies are all game to help each other. And also, when Germany took over continental Europe, it's taking the big petroleum deficit zone because Europe doesn't produce petroleum. The North Sea oil, those things hadn't been discovered in those days. Yes, Romania has oil. Yes, Hitler takes Romania. But Romanian pipelines ran to pre-war customers. And it's very difficult to find the manpower and the steel to reroute all of your pipelines in wartime. So that's a whole other part of Hitler's problems. So as you're putting together these complementary capabilities, the Russians have a huge army. Most of the fighting takes place between Russia and Germany. The Russians wreck the German army. Millions of Russians and Germans are dying here. But if you look at Operation Barbarossa, which is Germany's initial invasion of the Soviet Union, they suffer a nearly 30% casualty rate. That's called catastrophic success. You have too many successes like that, it'll be catastrophic. And here's the mathematics of the main front. Only two countries have really big armies, Germany and Russia. Once the Germans maximize their territorial conquest, they've reduced Russian population because they've conquered all these areas to less than that of the United States. Yet, nevertheless, the Russians mobilize twice the army that the United States does. And if you look at the mathematics of munitions, the Russians on their lonesome produce more munitions than did Germany. Once the United States gets in the war, we produce 100 billion and whatever dollars it wasn't on munitions. And in that period, the Germans produced less than 40 billion. So bad news for Germany on all of these numbers. The trick is getting the munitions to the men. Whereas in World War I, that wasn't feasible. But now these railway lines have been completed and it's pouring in. And the Lend-Lease aid, you look at it, wow, Britain's getting a lot. Russia quite a bit, but less. China, nothing. What's going on there? You can only get aid in if there are ports and railways. Japan blockaded China. Proof of concept. It can be done. The Japanese did it. And you could not get stuff in. So what the United States was trying to do, the British thought we were insane. They're probably correct. We were flying things in over the Himalayas called the hump. Great. So you're going to fly in the aviation fuel to land. That's going to be the same aviation fuel that's going to get you back and however many other bombers that you can deal with in China. It's not workable. And Russia, even though it got a lot less than Britain because it's not getting ships, but it's getting equally valuable, useful things. For instance, Russia produces a lot of planes, but it didn't produce adequate high-octane aviation fuel. The United States had loads of that. The United States produced all kinds of vehicles, all kinds of rolling stock, locomotives, and this is what Russia used to transport everything. And the United States prevented Russia from going into a famine in the winter of 42, 43. We fed them. And this spam in a can, this is Hormel Interfoods contribution to the war. Everyone had so much spam during the war, it's canned pork. No one ever wanted to see it again, but a little can of pork, it goes a long way and it doesn't spoil in a can. And this Lend-Lease aid goes, a quarter of it goes up through Murmansk. A lot of it gets sunk up there and not reliable. A quarter of it goes through Persia, and then half of it goes over the Trans-Siberian. And you go, well, what's this Axis alliance about? Why aren't the Japanese sinking any of this, right? Talk about a dysfunctional alliance.
If you enjoyed this,
Sarah Payne, I really like her lectures. She's smart. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Bro, that has to hurt.
Yeah, it was very painful. Yeah, I was using topical lidocaine.
Oh my God, bro.
But no, so that didn't work. That was kind of a fail. But I've always been open. Like sometimes, like I'll do like a Wesmaxxxing method because I was like the experimental guy for like a long time. In like 2024, I was willing to do anything. Like I didn't give, which I kind of still am. So I'd post like fails on like I documented like all this stuff on forums. You know,
that's cool.
Yeah, there's still all the threads out there about me doing it. So I'm surprised like my old stuff hasn't been like resurfaced, like because it was super.
You just watched the new Chainsaw movie. Did you like it?
Super autistic and over the line.
Is there what other stuff like that?
What other stuff like that? Well, let's see.
That's crazy. That one's not the lidocaine to do the injection is like next level.
Yeah, bone smashing. Would be another one that was pretty big. I would do the PDO threads as well into like my super orbitals to try to get hunter eyes. Was also pretty bad.
Hunter eyes.
Yeah, like there's pictures of like me with like needles into my eyes and stuff, and it's like, I don't know, you probably would freak out a little. Maybe someone could search that up.
Yeah, pull that up. I want to see this.
Yeah, so I was doing that kind of shit. Like I was trying to like inject those into my cock.
just at home, like
yeah, yeah. So that was.
Did you use alcohol swabs and all that?
Oh yeah, no.
Okay.
I had a lot of safety going. So no, that was pretty bad, and this was just all I would do in 2024, just all these autistic methods like bone smash. Because I was just willing to.
Well, there's a crazy amount of stuff you could do for. Don't people do like actual surgeries?
Yeah, you can do like fillers and like that kind of. There's another thing that I'll do called shopping bag hanging.
No, wait, no, you're with me. There's no way it's called shopping bag hanging.
Yeah.
Wait. wait. Because I just hear it. I'm guessing what this is. So you're like you got to shop. You're trying to create the strength of it. So it's.
I'll let you guess.
Yeah, so I'm gonna guess. I'm assuming because I'm just looking at a shopping bag. There's the open part. You were like I feel like you're putting this towards the base and you're adding things to it.
Yeah, so very close. So what you're doing is you're taking a bag, you're filling with items like put some weights in there. I'd usually put like 5-10 pounds of weights, and then you're just gonna hold on your shaft after you wrap the bag around your wrist. And I would usually do that while I was driving.
No, you're with me, bro.
No, I'm not.
No, wait. So
Fuck.
Wait, what position are you in? I'm trying to understand this. So you're like pulling it, like
no. So you just gotta hold on. You know what I'm saying? Just try with one arm and hope you don't pull up with a stoplight next to it.
So wait, but what are you trying to accomplish with?
You're stretching your suspensory ligament.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so you're just pulling it.
Yeah. So you're hanging. So you do that for like an hour a day, and you could gain like half an inch.
And you decided.
Yeah, that's not worth it.
But you do this while driving.
Yeah. Well, that was just like the most convenient time to do it. You know.
And so, are there actually studies that prove that like that would help?
This was just like a thing I learned from Leo on longevity.
Okay.
And like there's I don't think there's studies, but like just a lot of anecdotes on Reddit. Like this is like something that people do.
And would you have to do this at a certain time, like when you're going through puberty?
No, you could do this at any point in your life. You're just stretching a ligament.
This must be similar to the dick pump thing.
Yeah, that also works at any point in the life. Yeah, so that's just like one like part of Wesmaxxxing. Obviously you just try to improve like any way you can, any metric.
Yeah.
Penis stretchers and penis pumps at best do barely anything.
Yeah.
And doing whatever it takes. It's over the top, it's autistic, but once again, it only seems like really bad because I put it all on the internet for people to see, and like, yeah,
I don't know if he did it on purpose or
no, he was definitely losing his mind. Yeah, like those are legitimate psychedelics. Like, those are bad. I hate psychedelics myself.
I've done them. I love them.
Mushrooms?
I've done mushrooms. I've done ayahuasca. Yeah, I've done it all.
Yeah, I took LSD like a month ago.
That was mind maxing.
Yeah, no, it could be good for your cognition, but it could also go like horribly wrong.
Yeah, for sure. In the amounts, definitely, you can get really carried away.
Yeah, and I've seen people in real time like, oh, you just have to do it in the right setting, and then they turn into a completely different person taking LSD. So I'm like, this is not something I would run a risk. I like my brain chemistry a lot. I like my ambitions.
Yeah.
So why would I risk like rewiring myself?
Yeah, no, I understand that. I don't think it's definitely not a thing that you just do because someone says it's a good idea. I think it's something that you have to do with like real intention and
Yeah, I mean,
thought out. Or
I would like to take mushrooms to get high sometimes, but like not for any like spiritual trips and like that.
yeah,
You know?
I do it more for that. Little microdoses here and there.
How much?
About 500
milligrams.
milligrams. Yeah, 5.
I think he means micrograms. Mushrooms aren't something you take to like get high. It's like it's a very intense experience. Even at low doses, it's still pretty intense. Like I don't know, maybe some people like that, but it's not like if you do a stimulant and you feel like you're getting a really good euphoric rush, and it's not like weed where it's like relaxing and shit. It's yeah, it's just fucking intense. It's not, at least for me, maybe some people have different experiences with it, but yeah, it's not something that you do like for fun.
500 to 1,000 is like a good microdose.
Yeah, the first time I did mushrooms, I did over 7 grams, and that kind of had me tripping a little bit. So
Yeah, well, that's like a whole thing. That's a whole journey. That's like you're gonna go places on that one.
Yeah, and the LSD, man, that was even worse. I was having to lay down in my car in like the middle of like right outside my house because I was like terrified, bro. I was like, that was the worst experience of my entire life. Like,
how long that lasted for a while?
Like, I was in my car like laying on the floor for like 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that shit.
So what? So you've experimented with LSD, mushrooms. What else have you done?
Like
sounds like you've done coke.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. Meth. I mean, dude, I've pretty much taken every single drug.
God.
Like I've taken all of them. Like, you know.
Yeah. So you're proof. You're proof that like you cannot become an addict though. That's pretty sick.
Yeah, but dude, I don't want to like sit here.
Yeah, I'm not saying it's a good thing.
Yeah. No, like I'm honest. Like I'll never like lie about like I've taken every drug. I don't think that anyone should.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think recreational drugs are horrible. I'd be a little bit more willing to advocate for like certain pharmaceuticals and stuff, but never a fucking good reason to, you know, be doing cocaine. You know,
Yeah.
that's crazy.
Yeah.
You know?
You've done that pre-workout though, huh?
Yeah.
I think you did that in my gym pre-workout.
Yeah.
I
Sorry
saw a
about
clip and I was like, what the f is going on?
Yeah, I might have maybe did. Oh, no, I think I was respectful. I think I did in the parking lot. I didn't.
Okay, fair.
I didn't bring any meth into your gym.
Good.
No, that was fun though. That was a good workout. Also, definitely don't take stimulants if you're taking steroids as well, because you
Yeah.
have an increase in blood pressure from taking tests, and then you have vasoconstriction from stimulants, and that's like kind of what happened to John Skywalker.
Yeah. He hit me up randomly this morning.
Did he?
Yeah.
How's he doing? Is he doing okay?
I haven't responded back yet, but I need to hit him up. I think I might have him on the podcast because yeah, he definitely went through some shit.
Yeah, no, it looked like he's going through a hard time. So that's the thing, man. You can. I'm not saying you should. I'm saying you could get away with doing rec drugs, or you could get away with doing steroids.
You gotta pick one for sure.
Yeah, but you can't do both. That's how you like have like the Ziz incidents, and like that's how you die. It's not good.
Yeah, it's not worth it. At some point, it's just not worth it.
No, absolutely not. So you know, just gotta,
What else you have planned in LA?
we're actually leaving right after this.
Oh hell yeah.
Yep.
Well, I'm glad you came, bro. For real. I've been super interested because I see all this stuff pop up, and I'm just like, how is this? But also,
a big screen actor. And
Well,
Sup,
he's kind of an idiot.
How y'all living? Hope everything is Nova and you're all having a preem week. So, you chooms who have followed me for a long time know that I usually concentrate on scientific content in this channel, and I don't usually engage in just throwing out my opinions, at least not without giving some scientific backing first, because I'm not arrogant enough to think that thousands of people are interested in listening to me just ramble about random things. But it's almost the end of the year now, so I thought I'd make an exception for just once. So, something interesting has been happening recently. I've been getting asked on a regular basis my opinions about this dude named Clavicular, as well as my opinions about the Wesmaxxxing community in general. That's a tough question for me to answer, chooms, because outside of my own channel, I barely consume any social media by choice. But even as someone who limits his time on the internet, I still know about Clavicular. That's because his popularity has been exploding recently, so much so to the point where he's getting mainstream coverage and many prominent influencers have been making videos about him. Most of the content I've seen made about him have been hit pieces attacking his character, which I think is pretty dickless, especially because these attacks really started becoming prominent after Clavicular had his YouTube channel banned. No matter what your opinion is about someone, I think it is cowardly to kick someone when he's down, so even though I have my disagreements with Clavicular, I'm definitely not going to make this yet another shitty attack video amongst the dozens already out there against him. Truth be told, I actually overall kinda like Clavicular. I know he's a prominent figure in the Wesmaxxxing community, which initially was a big red flag to me, because I know the Wesmaxxxing crowd comes from some of the most toxic sewers on the internet. So despite my qualms with the Wesmaxxxing community, I still agree with the fundamentals behind Wesmaxxxing. Hell, I even made a video several years ago about why going bald can ruin your life, so I don't fault men for putting a big emphasis on their physical appearance. It's obviously something of a great matter of importance to a lot of men these days. But a big problem with the Wesmaxxxing community is that very often the advice they give is paradoxical to their goals. Most notably, many of them promote ideas that are counterproductive towards Wesmaxxxing. Many of them are against finasteride, they're anti-sunscreen, and they promote the carnivore diet. So, when I saw Clavicular's content for the first time, it was like a breath of fresh air to me because he wasn't afraid to take a strong stance against popular but misguided opinions amongst Wesmaxxers like the ones I already mentioned. You see, the Wesmaxxxing community has basically been so absorbed by the online manosphere that the two communities have become almost indistinguishable. This is extremely detrimental though, because many of the things that the online manosphere will often promote will achieve the opposite of what the Wesmaxxxing sphere on the internet is trying to acquire. For example, like I said, many of them are against finasteride, strongly so, which is hilariously stupid because saving your hair by taking a 5-AR inhibiting drug like finasteride or dutasteride is the single most effective, not to mention the easiest thing you can do to preserve and enhance your looks. Yet, despite the great benefits of the drug, the Wesmaxxxing community is willing to betray their own principles on this because they don't have the balls to do what they have to do to save their own hair. They'll try to claim it is about preserving their masculinity since they don't want to suppress their DHT, but this is just something they say to cope with their decision not to take finasteride. The real truth, and one they'll never admit to anyone, is that the reason why they don't take finasteride is because they're too dickless to do so. They're afraid of the drug, and therefore they have to tell themselves that DHT is crucial for their masculinity in order to rationalize their fear of the drug, even though there is no evidence DHT is important in adulthood. So, Wesmaxxers will actually acknowledge the importance of hair, and they're right about that, but at the same time, they'll try to scare people away from the one treatment that we know for certain works and is backed by substantial clinical evidence. And instead, they'll try to convince themselves and others that they can stop their hair loss with these ridiculous natural therapies like scalp massages and smearing eggs and lard all over their scalp. They'll always try to insist that it works by showing some examples of influencers who have allegedly tried these methods successfully, but there's a big problem when relying on anecdotes like this. The big problem with this is that there's no way to verify if these anecdotes are actually accurate. For all we know, these people claiming miraculous results from just natural therapies are just experiencing a placebo effect, or maybe their hair growth could be from other causes, or more likely, they're just grifters who are actually on finasteride but claiming some natural protocol is what's actually responsible for the results as well. This isn't too unfathomable to think about, Chooms, since many of these influencers are financially motivated, and many of them make over $10,000 per month off of communities like School where they peddle their bullshit for a fee. The only way to actually prove a treatment works is to measure it against some type of control, which is why you need studies that include a placebo control group. Of course, that's the last thing these snake oil salesmen want to try to do, so they'll tell everyone that science is woke and corrupted by big pharma influence, which is pretty ironic considering the astronomical profit margins that these peddlers of natural treatments rake in annually. It's crazy to me how Wesmaxxers...
Yeah, especially now when people are making so much money off supplements, I don't know why everyone always talk shit. Oh, the pharmaceutical industry just wants to make money. Oh, so the supplement industry doesn't want to make money?
Will promote plastic surgical procedures like limb lengthening surgeries and facial reconstruction surgeries that carry some serious medical risk, but at the same time, they're too afraid to take a drug like finasteride, which is a drug that has a well-established safety profile and is prescribed to millions of people across the world every single year. And that drug, which they despise, can do more to improve their looks than any surgery or any exercise routine they can do at the gym. The looks-maxing community should be on their hands and knees thanking Big Pharma for having invented such a wonderful drug rather than spreading fear-mongering vegetables which are low in AGEs. Additionally, a zero-carb diet is extremely detrimental to gym performance since carbohydrates are the only fuel source that can be stored directly into the skeletal muscle tissues as muscle glycogen. So therefore, it is more readily available for intense anaerobic activities like strength training, and it generates ATP, adenosine triphosphate, at a much faster rate than burning fat. Now, I know the carnivore kids will bring up biochemical processes like the Randle cycle and gluconeogenesis in order to sound smarter than they really are. And yes, I know it is possible for your body to become more fat adapted and to create glucose in the liver via gluconeogenesis. The problem though with relying on that is that gluconeogenesis requires protein. So, if you're converting protein into glucose, that means you're going to have less protein overall, which is an obvious problem if you're interested in building muscle, since protein is very important for the repair and resynthesis of skeletal muscle tissue. And this isn't just some theoretical mechanistic data I'm talking about here, chums. No, that's what the carnivore crowd relies on. What we actually have are studies that compare how athletes perform on certain diets. For example, this randomized controlled crossover study compared exercise performance on a low-carb ketogenic diet versus a high-carb diet. The results show that both strength performance and aerobic performance were improved markedly on the high-carb diet compared to the low-carb ketogenic diet, and this was just after 4 days of each diet. And I should remind you, chums, that this was a keto diet we're talking about, not a carnivore diet. The keto diet still had some carbohydrates in them, since at least keto dieters aren't stupid enough to think that vegetables are bad for you. A carnivore diet, on the other hand, has essentially zero carbohydrates. I mean, I know some of them drink milk and some even eat honey, so many of them do eat some carbohydrates, but the real carnivore purists forsake all carbohydrates completely, so they'd likely perform even worse than the examples of strong and athletic vegans, so that doesn't really prove anything. Most carnivore dieters look like absolute shit too. Their skin is almost always red and bloated like they're alcoholics. Usually, when you see carnivore influencers show examples of attractive people following their lifestyle like you see amongst the primal crowd, they'll show pictures or videos of young people. That doesn't matter in the slightest though. Like, when I was a young man back in college, I knew women who would smoke and drink every day, and some who would even use hard drugs on a regular basis, and they were still hot. Also, these videos and pictures we see online aren't trustworthy, especially since we know some carnivore influencers like Michaela Peterson has spent tens of thousands of dollars on plastic surgery for...
Yeah, she had plastic surgery. As soon as she married a wealthier man, she got plastic surgery. It's pretty hilarious. She's also wearing more makeup and crap here too.
Her face, and some other influencers like Steak and Butter Gal have been busted for using beauty filters in their videos.
Yeah.
The fact is that all these Gen Z kids who proudly spend all day in the sun without sunscreen and avoid vegetables and eat an all-meat diet are going to have skin that looks like broken glass by the time they're my age. Don't believe me? Here's an example of a woman who is on the carnivore diet who actually is about my age. Now, I'm sure some people can cherry pick some exceptions, but the bottom line is that if you want to look good and make gains in the gym, you need to be able to do a lot of work, and carbohydrates are a much better fuel source for high-intensity anaerobic and aerobic activity than fats and proteins. Clavicular actually talked about this in his video on the carnivore diet, which is why I thought his content was so refreshing to hear, especially since it seems like 99% or so of looksmaxers have gone all in on the carnivore diet death cult. Another problem I see with the looksmaxing community is that there's a lot of bigotry. I've seen lots of racism, anti-Semitism, transphobia, homophobia, and misogyny, which isn't all that surprising because, like I said, the looksmaxing community has been taken over by the online manosphere, and that cohort is absolutely dominated by trashy alt-right dipshits. Now, honestly, I think most of this rhetoric I've seen and heard is just shitposting and trolling. I don't believe most of them are actually being serious, but I have heard people in the looksmaxing community say that being a certain ethnicity actually subtracts from your looks. I've even heard pejoratives like curry cell being used to make fun of people who are of Indian descent. This is a real problem, and it's one of the reasons I advise people to avoid looksmaxing communities in general. It's not just because their advice is counterproductive, but they also will hurt the confidence of people over things they have no control over, like their height and skin color. If you are a heterosexual young man and you care about the way you look, then the only thing that should matter to you is how women think you look. You shouldn't give a shit about about how a bunch of terminally online incel dorks think about how you look. Unless you want to sleep with someone, then it shouldn't matter how they think you look. And it's stupid to think that someone would have trouble getting laid because they're Indian or some other ethnicity. Nobody should tell you that you can't be a Chad because you're an Indian. I seriously doubt that this Indian guy has any trouble getting poontang. I'm kind of getting off track here, but I really think it is beta how a community of men constantly try to trash other men. No doubt there are some objective this for years now, but then, amongst the trash of the internet came this handsome young Chad named Clavicular, who unlike most Wesmaxxxers, actually has the balls to speak out against the status quo in his own community. Unlike most other Wesmaxxxers, finasteride is a breakthrough drug and why DHT is a trash hormone, as well as why the carnivore diet is unhealthy and downright stupid, young men who have been brainwashed by these alpha male carnivore dipshits for far too long. I feel Clavicular is the force that is finally fighting back against all of that. Now, of course, I am also aware that people have been trying to destroy Clavicular's reputation by making attack videos by bringing up his stances on subjects like performance-enhancing drugs as well as recreational drugs, but let me be completely honest here, chums. Even though a lot of that stuff isn't for me personally, I don't give a shit that Clavicular promotes any of that stuff. I know many of you think, oh, well, that's the kind of content that may be harmful to children, and I can understand that argument, but is that really Clavicular's fault? Or is it the fault of the parents who are too damn lazy to be good parents, so they buy their children smartphones or tablets and then outsource the job of parenting to social media? If some 12-year-old listens to Clavicular and then takes steroids, that is not Clavicular's fault. It is the fault of that kid's lazy and stupid parents for buying their kid a smartphone and not controlling what kind of media their children are exposed to. So shame on them. If Clavicular's content really is harmful to children, we shouldn't be criticizing Clavicular any more than we should be criticizing the parents of children who take their kids to see an NC-17 rated movie. If you are a parent and can't control the kind of media your child watches, then you should...
Dude, my parents did not give a fuck what fucking movies I watched when I was a kid. I saw Conan the Barbarian, RoboCop, Death Wish films, like literally all of it.
You should blame yourself for being a shitty parent and buying your kid a smartphone. It's not Clavicular's fault that you let the internet raise your child. It's yours. Also, I have to question whether or not Clavicular's content is even that harmful to begin with. I already mentioned how he makes great content where he breaks convention within his own community by condemning the carnivore diet and people who fearmonger about finasteride. But is this other content really all that harmful? I know he heavily promotes drugs as well as cosmetic surgeries, but my question about all that is, who cares? Clavicular is not some longevity or wellness influencer, and he's never claimed to be to my knowledge. He's a Wesmaxxxing influencer who's clearly of the mindset that he'd rather be on the earth for a good time rather than a long time. Personally, I don't share that sentiment. I would like to live as long as I possibly can, preferably forever, or at least...
Yeah, like Clav isn't so bad.
Greetings.
At least compared to all the other fucktards. Like, most of his diet advice and stuff, totally sound. The crystal meth thing is stupid, but, like, you know, he says that's just his choice. He doesn't recommend it.
Fellow iron enthusiasts. Straight to the point, I'm going to ask you a question. Free play bench. Do you consider it impressive or not? It actually doesn't matter what you think, because by modern fitness standards, it's not impressive anymore. So talking about physique standards, everybody knows that it's all about proper lighting and angles.
Yeah, the reason it's not like impressive anymore is because there's so many fitness influencers who can do it. But yeah, like you're talking about people who are probably more genetically gifted. Otherwise they wouldn't really have an opportunity to be fitness influencers. And people who kind of dedicate their lives to training. So versus somebody who lifts purely recreationally, has nothing to do with their job. And who, again, is just going to be average. 315 is pretty impressive.
And editing. So guys, I bumped into this reel and I was just shocked because look at this. This lighting literally boosted the physique of those guys by like 2 levels. Do you remember how people were disappointed by Sam Sulek's physique? He didn't seem that muscular and big like in his videos. Yeah, most of the fitness influencers are much bigger, leaner, and more muscular on camera than in IRL. And I think lots of people understand it.
Tape this to your delts,
so that you actually look like you have a little bit of size on you.
But what about strength? Numbers don't lie, do they? So let's talk about the elephant in the room. Nobody really mentions this problem. Fake weights. Guys, do you know that this fake plate market, it's not just it exists.
He actually wasn't lifting fake plates here. He just had his buddy helping him a lot. But yeah, those weren't actually fake plates.
It's very prosperous. Fake plates sell, but who's buying? Right. People who want to show something that they
No, that was fake.
can't really represent. AKA fitness influencers. I find it really suspicious there are so many kids and teenagers nowadays who move tremendous loads whilst they like appear from nowhere and they're not presented in powerlifting competitions. You know,
Yeah, it's called steroids and SARMs.
usually those people, prodigies, they're well known, you know, because it's like unusual.
Yeah, Larry was on steroids when he was like 16 or something.
But those guys, you never heard of them. Another important problem that I really want to focus on is steroids. You know, there are lots of steroid guys who go like, doesn't even matter if somebody's enhanced or not. Like, yeah, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Because if it didn't matter, you wouldn't take gear then, would you? So for instance, in this video, Mitchell Hooper said that every man can achieve 600-pound deadlift, which
no,
I'm not gonna even debunk and go to details. His statement is based upon another statement which is even more ridiculous, that the vast majority of male population can lift 120 kilos after just a couple of training sessions. I'm not gonna lie, but the first time I visited the gym, I could lift only probably 70 kilos from the floor, and I was not undertrained. I'd been doing sports for all my life before I hit the gym. And the funny thing about that, if it's an average numbers, it means that there's gonna be plenty of guys who can deadlift 3 plates or even more after a couple of training sessions. Which reminds me of Benedict Magnusson's genetics, as he could lift 120 kilos in his first training sessions. But wait a minute, Benny is a world record holder.
I don't think there should be a healthy adult male who can't deadlift 315.
Okay, I see. Most of those
that's reasonable.
Top level lifters are completely detached from the reality as they are, juiced to the gills and being genetical monsters. And this of course completely ruins the perception of what the average genetics natural lifters are capable of. And you know there are lots of guys nowadays who are open about steroids intake.
Still doing those drug tests and coming up natty.
Like first of all, it won't fix any problem, because if somebody is open about steroids, it's not going to restrict others from taking gear. It's otherwise is going to show that this person is not dying or everything's okay with him, so he's so jacked. And probably I'm going to take gear too, you know what I'm saying?
I think Chris has influenced more people to take steroids than almost any other body.
And you know, those fitness influencers, they are freaking hypocrites, because they go around like, this is how the body of a natural lifter looks like without like proper lighting and stuff. And on the next videos, on the next post, they show their physique being enhanced with all this proper lighting. These guys is one of the reasons why gymflation exists, because they're not fitness influencers, more like steroid intake influencers. And every Joe watches those channels understands that you can get to the level of jackedness and strength, so he just starts taking gear. And the number of average dudes in gyms who start taking gear the last year just skyrocketed, because back then gear was about usually whether professional lifters or guys who were not professionals, but they treated lifting more seriously, you know. And the thing is that if you enhanced a natural lifter who's been very strong and jacked, he'll be like 30% stronger probably on average. But if you enhance a novice lifter or an intermediate lifter, steroids can make him literally twice stronger. Lots of people find it as a shortcut that can make them objectively strong and jacked. And they are now able to lift some respectful numbers, such as 3+ plate bench, 4+ plate squat, 200 kilo plus deadlift, right? So as lots of people can do it now, you start treating those numbers as something average. But it doesn't make sense, because it is average for steroid lifters. For natural lifters, nothing really changed. And the following argument, I just can't.
Not only has the amount of people who can bench 315 on social media skyrocketed, but like, I mean, it's gotten to a ridiculous level where the amount of teenage kids benching over 400 pounds is just unreal. The only way you can explain that is more of these kids are taking steroids or SARMs. Like, it's just not gonna fucking happen without that.
Stand it. You probably heard about this, that we improved so much in lifting weights. Now we know how to train better, hence why you gotta raise your strength standards.
I think my first deadlift was pretty damn close to 200 pounds. If not 200, it was like 180, 190, something like that. First time I went for a deadlift. I wouldn't even say I'm a particularly strong deadlifter. I've never really focused on the lift too much. But yeah, first time I deadlifted, if it wasn't 200, I think it was like pretty close, like 180 or more.
Because of experience, smarter programming, and innovation, which have collectively elevated the standards. So in early YouTube fitness, a 315 bench and 500 deadlift were considered the pinnacle. Nowadays, teenagers are surpassing those numbers.
It's just total BS, because for natural lifters over the last thousands of years, guys, we're not talking about like decades or hundreds of years, literally thousands of years, nothing changed. But in steroid lifting, on the other hand, as steroids been there just for like 9 years, of course, lots of things changed. But don't act like we got access to some sacred knowledge.
No, I'm talking about like right when I started lifting. Like total beginner, like first time I deadlifted, I was able to do 180, like at least 180 for a single.
Within the last decade.
Now my bench sucked. That was bad for a while. But I think I'm pretty sure might have been almost a year. I could do 205 in high school. Yeah, I got up to 205, I think, in like grade 11, and that was about a year into training.
So Alex obviously has very good genetics. He's been grinding for 10 plus years. And yet, he managed to hit 4-plate bench not that long time ago, which makes me think that we can consider that as top/elite level of strength. So how is it possible that 4-plate bench is objectively very strong by the natural lifting standards, but 3-plate bench is not even decently strong? It's just simply because there are plenty of roided teenagers who can do it? Am I missing something? Now we have better understanding how the human body works. Really? Show me a couple of examples. How we can apply this.
Well, it's just nonsense. I mean, training hasn't really changed all that much since the 70s. Like, pretty much all the same equipment, especially in terms of free weights, all the same equipment is available. So people have known which exercise does what rep ranges you should use, like, you know, basically since the 1970s. And most people don't adhere to like some really rigid scientific principles of training and all that. Like they just go to the gym, work out. You know, the most detail, you know, people will follow is just like having a certain split. Like I train chest Monday, you know, back Tuesday, legs Wednesday, something like that. But they don't have any kind of rigid, planned out, periodized structure.
Sacred knowledge in your training. Look at the Bronze Era lifters. All of a sudden, they appear as jacked and as strong as modern natural lifters. But even if we assume that this argument is valid, it could be applied in this case only for science-based lifters, because they are always talking about optimal exercises and some research and studies, but most of those guys who do those optimal exercises are weak AF, and they're not connected to hoisting some serious weights. And guys who do hoist some serious weights, like, they do it exactly the way that you...
Like, Jeff Nippert is pretty strong, but he did powerlifting. Like, a lot of these, you know, neat exercises he's doing, he didn't get strong doing them.
Would do like 20 years ago, for instance. Lifting weights was a thing even thousands of years ago, so don't act like specifically our generation invented something game-changing that all the previous like hundreds of generations couldn't even think of. But besides all those things, there's one thing that matters the most: bullshit. Guys, you'll be amazed, but there are lots of people who are just terrible liars. They just need to lie for absolutely no reason. So it's a good analogy I'm gonna use. What's the average penis length? Something around from 12 to 14 centimeters in most of the countries, right? But have you ever met a guy who told you that he has it less than 16 centimeters at least? It's always like 6 inches or above.
Yeah, I guess.
Which is kind of weird, huh? Why you always bump into outliers? But if you go on the internet,
I don't know if that's... I'm pretty sure that's actually the verified average now.
you see that the average length is going to be somewhere like 18 centimeters, which makes zero sense because it's what, like 0.1% of all the male population, right? So tell me, what is the reason for an adult man to lie about the length of his shaft? Like zero reasons. It won't benefit you anyhow. And yet,
yeah, it would.
people lie about this. So the same idea about strength numbers, guys. You think it's that different? No, it's even worse. I've heard conversations sorta. It's not that hard to lift 60 kilos above the head, you know, even for an untrained male. Like, what? Like 60 kilos overhead press is gonna be probably above the average for...
practically nobody can lift that overhead when they first start.
Gym goers. Like, if you're not trained, you can't even lift 40 kilos above your head. Like, I'm serious. People just don't understand, like, how heavy some certain numbers are. You know what I'm saying? Because they're not experienced. And if you go online, oh boy, everybody lifts like absolutely impossible numbers. Naturally, of course after like just 3 months of training. Isn't it kind of weird that you bump into a video, you see the comment section is full of people who are like top/elite level natural lifters, and you're like, lifts. Because these are very popular numbers, and even people who are not trained and not experienced enough will know about them. Pros. It's still impressive, huh? So how is it possible that, let's just say 20 years ago, both 3-plate bench and 3-plate barbell rows were impressive for natural lifters, but now bench press is not, and barbell rows still are? Have such muscles as like neck muscles, forearms, you're gonna have them developed because you can have such muscular abs and like, you know, upper body without lifting heavy. But if you lift heavy, you'll have those parts of the physique developed too. In ladies, it's also a rule, you know. Being a natural lifter, you probably wondered how steroids really powerful are. Could you even compete on a high level in lifting related sports without taking gear? Is it possible in something like martial arts? But the problem is that you don't have any expertise here.
God damn.
And you would think that steroid lifters know the answer, but they keep the dirty secret. They all understate the role of steroids. It's just all about discipline and hard work and dedication. You just don't have what it takes. Hello and shout out to all the natural bros out there. I'm here to open your eyes on the subject because you've been played. Steroid lifters put the inferiority complex in you. And the modern fitness industry is just flooded with gear. In this first video of the series, I'm gonna share with you my personal experience with steroids, and of course, you can describe it as an anecdotal evidence. So the example number 1. There is a guy in my gym who does CrossFit, Olympic weightlifting. He's kinda jacked and strong. And back in the days, some years ago, he did a little cycle because he had a shoulder pain that he couldn't fix for a good year. He went to different doctors, did different exercises, all this physiotherapy and stuff, and nothing really helped. Probably you can relate to something like this because you're a natural lifter, you know exactly this kind of problem. So he went to his friends, Olympic weightlifters, and shared his experience like, guys, what should I do? He asked. and they were like, listen, this is all BS that you did before. Just try this. So as you understand, they proposed steroids, and he started his little cycle, which was just 100 milligrams per week for 2 months. And the funny thing about it is that in lifting community, anything that is below 250 milligrams per week is not even considered as a cycle. It's called like TRT and other crap, but the reality, it's the same thing, it's just a matter of dosage. Oh, guys, it's just my doctor that prescribed me with something. I don't even know about this. I thought I were natural. So what did exactly happen with our guy? The first week, he didn't feel anything. The second week, he started to turn into absolutely different specimen. The shoulder pain.
You know, people really underestimate the power of steroids. Like, so many people are telling me, like, why are you only starting off on 200 milligrams? And then I just blew the fuck up. Like, they're drugs, they work. You know, you really don't need much to grow a lot. Like, some people obviously do. Everyone's genetics are different, but yeah, just start off with smaller doses. Like, drugs work.
Pain that had lasted for a year was gone after just 2 weeks. The problem is that many people don't understand how steroids really powerful are, and they don't understand that besides making you stronger and make you recover faster, they also reduce inflammation to almost zero.
Training's going okay. I had 2 good sessions. My leg session was terrible. I had a ton of knee pain.
Level. Besides this, he broke all his plateaus, and he had gotten stronger by 30%. And on top of all that, he said that this effect of steroids.
I don't know what you mean stacking like a motherfucker after the first month. I just added in boldenone. That was probably a bad idea. I probably should have just stuck with that dose. Or just maybe up the test dose like a little higher. It's like I ended up getting that water retention. That's still a problem, but yeah, you know, more doesn't mean better.
Would follow him and he would feel it.
I didn't even up the dose because I wanted more gains. The idea I had was I'd use the boldenone to increase collagen synthesis just to strengthen my tendons and connective tissue. And I think it did work. I was having some like really minor strains around like my pecs. That went away. So no, I didn't take Masteron along with the boldenone. I switched out the boldenone with Masteron. But I stopped taking Masteron, and I haven't injected anything for the last 2 days, just because I just want to get rid of the water retention, and I'm just going to add in like just the test first, and then see how that goes, then the growth hormone, and then see how that goes, because I just want to pinpoint down what actually triggered the water retention.
Even after he gave up taking gear.
The amount of stuff I took for contests, it's still in your system. So when people say, hey, I'm drug-free or whatever, or I'm natty, right, because you haven't taken a shot in like 2 months, that's bullshit, you know?
So here's the reason why all this natural tested federations in powerlifting and bodybuilding is just crap. It's one of
yeah, a little suspicious if they're natty.
the reasons, because even if we assume that all the competitors are clean now, which of course is not the case, but anyway, if we assume, it still means nothing, because being drug-free now and being a lifetime natural, that's a very different story. On top of that, he said that his endurance also improved and recovery was just up to wazoo. For instance, after he finished some, you know, hardcore heavy training session, he would feel like he could do it again. The second example, When I was doing martial arts, I remember there was a guy that came to our gym, and we were around 13, 14 years old, so you can imagine how 14 years old teenagers look. Not that really muscular, but that guy was just absolutely different breed. He was super muscular and jacked, and he was a rower. And of course we asked him, is it while rowing? But he said that he simply took steroids. And the funny thing was about that, in his team, coaches literally forced you to take gear, because if you didn't take gear, you would be just expelled. And I'm talking about 14 years old local rowing team, guys. But if you thought that steroids is purely about lifting and strength related sports, you're wrong, because I have a third example for you guys. I was told by a local volleyball players that they took gear. Volleyball players, guys. It's not even something as rugby or American football.
Well, you need the power to jump high, and it also improves coordination, nervous system efficiency.
About freaking volleyball.
And motor learning.
It seems like steroids are being used in literally every sport. So, okay.
Yeah, it is literally every sport.
What do steroids do to your body? First, they make you bigger by increasing the muscle mass, and when you're on steroids, you retain more water. Second, they make you stronger, because higher testosterone level will make your muscles contract harder. This is one of the reasons why
Yeah, they have non-genomic effects that improve nervous system efficiency.
men are stronger than women. Third, they improve your recovery and reduce inflammation.
They can reduce inflammation in some respects, and they can increase inflammation in some respects. And some of it has to do with compounds and doses.
And you see what's really interesting, that each parameter kinda, boosts other. Like for instance, you have better recovery, thus you can train more or more frequently, and you will be stronger and have more muscle mass. You increase your muscle mass, you improve your strength, and on and on. And who uses it? Of course, all the professional lifters. Bodybuilders, crossfitters, Olympic weightlifters, strongman, etc., etc.
Yeah,
It's pretty
Pujanowski.
damn obvious, but not just lifters, but all the strength-related non-lifting sports, such as martial arts, like wrestling, just mixed martial arts in general, something as American, Canadian football, rugby, etc. Because strength here means a lot. And if you're stronger, you're gonna have advantage. Okay, pretty damn sus already. But on top of that, non-strength related sports. As steroid lifters claim that steroids are not as powerful, and if you do some non-strength related sports, you're gonna ask a question like, I have a high chance of getting caught and just banned for the rest of my life. I can't compete anymore, and I want to have just a slight advantage. Like, what for? Like, is it worth it, really? Okay, it's professional sports. Everything matters here, especially in lifting. Like,
Steroids don't give you slight advantage, they give you mass advantage.
there's a difference between 200 kilos in snatch and 202 kilos in snatch. Just 1% of the difference, but it's a difference between silver and gold medal, right? What about recreational lifters then? I can count at least 6 guys in my gym
They're all on steroids. 100% of them, man. All of them.
who are enhanced, and they're not professional lifters, and I bet lots of juiced guys in your gym too. But if steroids are not really that powerful, why would you use them as a recreational lifter if you have those disadvantages, such as it will ruin your health, you will pay money for it, and you
Steroids are dirt cheap. Super, super inexpensive. Like, ridiculously cheap. The only thing that will cost you money is growth hormone, but steroids cost fucking nothing. It's basically free. Like, unless you're taking Something like Primobolan, that is pricey, especially in the doses that a lot of like pro bodybuilders are taking it. But the basics, testosterone, nandrolone, and boldenone, the go-to drugs that everybody's been using for fucking ever, dirt fucking cheap. Even Anavar, on a milligram for milligram basis, like it kind of ranges, but it's about 2 to 3 times more expensive than Test. But Test is so cheap to begin with. And you're not going to run long cycles of Anavar anyway. Even some of the more expensive orals, they're not that much. So, yeah, even if you're interested in doing higher doses, you're only really considering like maybe spending $150 a month. And that's if you're taking like pretty high doses of shit. So it costs nothing. Where the real cost is it's going to be growth hormone. Even if you're getting like UGL growth hormone, if you're taking a performance enhancing dose, so like probably starts at like 3 IUs, but really you're probably looking 4 or 5 IUs. You're going to spend some money on that. I don't think you're going to spend less than like 400 Canadian. And that would be like probably 250, 300 USD per month. So that's where cost really comes in.
You also pay money for all the analysis, and you'll pay money for some medical drugs that you take with steroids, something that.
Again, ancillary medications are dirt cheap too. So statins, they cost nothing, literally pennies. Blood pressure meds, again, dirt cheap, literally pennies. Like that's pretty much it as far as ancillaries that you're really going to need. I know some dudes like taking some other health supplements as well. But yeah, in terms of like medications that do like the majority of what you need to kind of stay in range, yeah, dirt cheap.
That helps your liver, etc. And of course, it takes some time and it's just a pain in the neck.
It takes like no time. I can take out my needles and do the injections in less than 5 minutes. It takes no time at all. And it's also like, I don't know why somebody would say, oh, it's a pain in the ass. For 5 minutes in the morning, you get so much benefit. I don't know why you'd consider it a pain in the ass. It's nothing.
Right? So many disadvantages. And the most important is they will ruin your health, right?
Saying steroids will ruin your health is like saying your body will be broken if you lift weights. If you lift weights like a jackass and you're lifting dangerously with bad technique for years and years, and like lifting weights that you can't handle, and you keep getting injured over and over again, like, yeah, that'll wreck your body, but it's just a stupid claim. Same with steroids. If you keep on, like, if you get regular blood work, you keep, important numbers in range, like your blood pressure and cholesterol, and you moderate your doses so that you're staying healthy, then no, they don't just ruin your health. In fact, they can improve your health.
And Wolfor, only brain dead people would do it if steroids were not as powerful, but they are. Guys, they are really, really powerful. And this is the reason why even recreational lifters take steroids. When they're not getting paid for exercise, they take steroids, guys. If steroids were not powerful, nobody would do it, rather than professional lifters and maybe some wrestlers.
Dude, like, it's funny how people say steroids are so expensive. Like, they've clearly never actually... like tried to find steroids and actually looked at prices. They're dirt fucking cheap. Keep in mind, these are drugs that have, for the most part, been out since the 1950s. That's when they were made. Like testosterone even earlier, it was synthesized in the 1940s. And then nandrolone, boldenone, those were made in the 1950s or even late 40s. And yeah, some of the newer ones came out in the 60s and 70s. I think Anavar was like 60s or something, or maybe 1970s. Masteron, I think that was 70s. Primo, I think that was 1960s still. They've been out for so long, and they're also generic medications, and not only are they generic, they're also just made on the black market, so like they're fucking inexpensive as fuck. The only thing that's hard to make is growth hormone, and it's just because it's a complicated process, you know, more involved. You have to like engineer bacteria and stuff. So even on the black market, it's still like relatively a lot more expensive. So the amount of like natural lifters who are buying a variety of supplements, so like pre-workouts, protein powders, creatine, what else? Test boosters. A lot of people also like supplement with antioxidants or like L-citrulline, you know, all kinds of stuff. They're spending more money on their supplements than I'm spending on steroids. Like it's so if you're going to say, oh, it's too expensive, well, then like protein powder's too expensive, creatine's too expensive, test boosters are too expensive. Like all the normal supplements that people are taking, it's more expensive than the steroids.
And, you know, some like American football players, etc. But we have non-strength related athletes take steroids. We have lots of everybody's freaking enhanced, guys. But more important than training, you can see like Derek Lunsford training, motivational music is playing on the background.
I can't stand Derek Lunsford. Like, he's such a bad bodybuilder, and he won the Mr. Olympia. This guy definitely used sight enhancement, and like it just ruined his physique.
On some pep talk, and he's doing some leg extensions. Like, oh my god, this is so hardcore. Not really. And you can see just a random natural guy in your gym literally torturing himself, and he's not even getting paid for it. So most of the natives train much harder, and you do have what it takes.
I don't know how we can figure that. Like, steroids just increase the range of effective training. You can train less and make more gains, but you can also train more and make much, much, much more gains. So, there's plenty of steroid users who don't train hard. There's plenty of steroids that users who train extremely hard. And same with natties. There's natties that don't train hard. There's natties that train extremely hard. The hardest training natty does not train as hard as the hardest training steroid user, and it's just because they simply can't.
You just don't take gear. And I want to promote this natural thing again, because being a lifetime natural, I know how freaking hard it is to make gains. Sometimes it seems like it's almost impossible, guys. And all the steroid lifters, they don't face those problems, and they live in the different realms.
They face those problems. You can only get so much from the drugs.
They are absolutely disengaged from the targeted audience, guys, because most of the guys in gyms are naturals. So what is the freaking point even? All the naturals should stick together, and if you are a natural lifter, subscribe to the channel. If you're an enhanced one, I don't mind. I don't hate steroid lifters. It's just a matter of whether they understand, the role of steroids, or they try to tell you all these fairy tales. If so, get the hell out of here. And guys, like, this is it. So the conclusion of this video, being natural sucks.
Yeah, it does. So don't be natural.
Whoa, hold on.
What's that? The hell? Weird. Let's see.
Today's the day I'm going to rank every cereal known to man. And make no mistake, this list will upset you. 1 second. To F, S being the best, F being the worst, and we're going to piss some people off in the process. So let's get started. Cheerios. This is a very, very inoffensive cereal.
Yeah, pretty mid.
No one has bad memories with Cheerios. And that's why I think it's an easy, like, middle-of-the-road baseline, and you kind of judge every other cereal based on this one. Also, I feel like it's pretty healthy because there's a fucking heart on the front. Easy, decent cereal. We are going to put this one at a very fair C. Honey Nut Cheerios, the best installment of the Cheerios franchise by far. It's sweet, but it's not so sweet to the point.
I remember I really liked Apple Jacks. Apple Jacks were really nice. I think it had a cinnamon flavor.
Where you feel bad if you eat like a lot of them.
Like
Well,
apple
I like
cinnamon.
the mascot. He's a honeybee. Bees are endangered. You get my pity vote. This cereal is a solid B. Apple cinnamon. These aren't like bad, but I don't really consider them good either. I feel
I really like apple cinnamon Cheerios.
like Cheerios is at its best when it's either honey nut or regular. This is kind of like, I don't know, why wouldn't you just eat Apple Jacks? It's all right. C. Frosted Cheerios.
Oh, God.
It's at this point in the Cheerios franchise that Cheerios starts pissing me off. Cheerios just needs to stay in their fucking lane. If you want to make a sugary cereal, be my fucking guest, but don't call it Cheerios and put them in a heart bowl. That's just disingenuous. I'm not a fan of Frosted Cheerios. I think this is a D. But this isn't where my frustration ends with Cheerios, because fucking chocolate Cheerios exist. I cannot put this any other way. Chocolate Cheerios suck. Not once in my life have I eaten a fucking bowl of these things and thought, wow, I really like the decisions I make. They always taste stale, strangely warm tasting as well. Listen, Cheerios, you're a boring brand. Continue to make boring cereals. Chocolate Cheerios fucking E. Don't like these at all. All right, moving on from Cheerios. Lucky Charms. This is a fantastic, fantastic cereal. You know, they say you have to have lows in life to truly appreciate the highs, and Lucky Charms is just a perfect embodiment of that. You know, you got the brown piece.
I always wish they'd put more marshmallows in the Lucky Charms.
Which objectively are the lows because they suck, but then you get the marshmallows, and that completely makes up for it. Sometimes I'll get a bowl of Lucky Charms, and I'll just try and pick all the brown pieces out first, just so that last spoonful is just full of marshmallows and milk. Oh my fucking God, I love it. Attaboy Lucky, you got my vote. You are an A. All right, Reese's Puffs, or as dipshits would call it, Reese's
I really like Reese's Puffs.
Puffs. Look, let's all just stop pretending this isn't candy for breakfast. This is candy. It's candy. Reese's Puffs are candy. And whenever I eat a bowl of these in the morning, I feel like shit. This is not a cereal you eat in the morning. This is a cereal you scoop out of the bag at like 11 p.m. on a school night. That's where it shines. Also, those fucking commercials are ingrained into my head. R-E-E-S-E-S. P to the U double F-F-S. This is C. All right, let's do Captain Crunch now. At its core, I think that Captain Crunch
Captain Crunch is dope.
Original, the red one, is a very, very solid cereal. Captain's also pretty hot. I'd let him crunchitize me any day of the week. Captain Crunch, B. Peanut Butter Crunch. This is how you do a peanut butter cereal. Reese's Puffs, take notes. I don't need to contract diabetes just because I want a good cereal. Peanut Butter Crunch, A. Crunch berries. Jesus Christ. This cereal is fucking immaculate. Wet or dry, this cereal fucking slaps. Captain Crunch Crunch Berries is the first S, baby. God, I love this shit.
I don't think I think I might have had those once. I didn't like them.
That was fun. That was fun. We had a good time with Captain Crunch Crunch Berries. This is what I have a fucking problem with. Oops, all berries. Are you fucking kidding me? Oops, all berries? The berries are good, but this shit came out in 1997. Captain, you've had fucking 30 years to correct a mistake. Why is it still oops? This was no mistake. Captain, you know exactly what you did. F. The fuck? All right, we're moving on to the next franchise, Rice Krispies. Rice Krispies is a classic. And similar to Cheerios, I think it's a decent cereal. You know, it crackles when you...
Yeah, I don't like it.
You put the milk in. Fun gimmick, I get it. But this is a boring cereal. Rice Krispies, C. Now I'm getting angry again. Frosted Krispies. What the fuck are you doing? Homie, you already have Frosted Flakes. Kellogg's already has Frosted Flakes. What the fuck do you need Frosted Krispies for? Again, like, the cereal isn't bad. It's just an idea behind it. If you're gonna make a sugary cereal, do it. But don't put these fucking pricks on it, all right? Frosted Krispies, D. Here we go again. Cocoa Krispies. It's the same shit. I don't even need to open the box. D. Look, let's keep going with the chocolate cereals. Crave. I love Crave, okay? But it's just like Reese's Puffs. This is a cereal that you can't eat and then feel good about yourself later. Crave is not a cereal you eat when you want to have a productive day. It's simply not, because it's candy. That being said, it's good. I put Crave at B. Also, it's one of the best tasting cereal when it's been sitting in milk for like 15 minutes. Cookie Crisp. I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this.
Cookie Crisp sucks. Just tastes like corn.
I just don't like it. That's it. I just don't think it tastes good. I think Cookie Crisp is a fucking E. If you want cookies for breakfast, fucking eat them. Don't be a pussy and eat Cookie Crisp. Eat real cookies or eat these. Oreo O's. I have very few words to say about Oreo O's, apart from the fact that I I just don't see a reason why cereal needs to taste this good. It's fucking delicious. I prefer this to actual Oreo cookies. Could have been a little more creative on the name, but hey, it gets the job done. Oreo O's, emphatic S. I'm terrified to look at the nutrition label. Okay, Cocoa Puffs. I don't hate Cocoa Puffs. I just think they're a little too much. You pour these puppies into a bowl, you put some milk in there, you're drinking fucking Nesquik in 5 seconds. I'm giving it a C. I suggest Crave or Cocoa Pebbles instead. All right, here we go. Cocoa Pebbles are the good version of Cocoa Krispies. B. Fruity Pebbles. Fruity Pebbles are the good version of Trix. I said it. I don't like Trix. Which brings me to Trix.
Yeah, Trix
is the shitty version of Fruity Pebbles. You want a fruity cereal? Go with Fruity Pebbles. Fuck this stupid ass mascot. He's like the dollar store version of the fucking thing from Cocoa Puffs. Billy Rabbit, Trix are for kids. Exactly, because kids can't tell what good fucking cereal tastes like. Fuck you. Frosted Flakes. This is another one I just don't get. Kellogg's literally
I like Frosted Flakes.
took a cereal that they already had, added more sugar to it, gave it a tiger mascot, and thought they could get away with it. The cereal is underwhelming, dry, and just straight up bad when it's wet. Also, Kellogg's, don't think we missed that commercial where Tony was complicit in police brutality. Frosted Flakes, D. Not a fan. Finally, something good. Cinnamon Toast Crunch. Cinnamon Toast Crunch is one of the few cereals that has a ton of marketing money behind it that actually tastes good. When you leave these in milk for too long, they get a little bit soggy, but even then, I'm not too upset to eat them. Only reason I'm putting these at B
Cinnamon Crunch is fucking amazing.
is because there's a better version available. French Toast Crunch.
French Toast Crunch is amazing too.
I ate the whole box. I thought I could get away with opening it and waiting for the rest of the cereals to arrive. I couldn't. I ate the whole fucking thing. I'm a sucker for maple syrupy cereals. This cereal is an easy A, but it gets better. Oh my god. The Eggo cereal. This is another maple syrup
I don't like Eggos.
tasting cereal that is just fucking delicious. The smell of it is just, God, it just smells so good. Ever since Waffle Crisp decided to just fucking vanish, I've been looking for a cereal that could rival it, and this is that cereal. I will always pick pancakes and waffles before cereal. I always load up on the maple syrup, that natural fucking maple syrup from Vermont, wherever the fuck. This stuff is the next best thing. Probably my favorite cereal of all time. S. Wheaties? Look, I'm gonna be completely honest with you guys. I've never fucking tasted Wheaties, but
Yeah, Wheaties aren't great.
I know that these taste fucking disgusting. I'm not even gonna open the box. I fucking hate tennis. Like, dude, give me a... We're good. And the better version of Wheaties. I haven't tasted Wheaties, but I think I'm right. These are very easy to munch on. They don't taste like anything, so you don't have to worry about getting big. But even holding this box makes me feel boring. And also, they were made to stop children from jerking off. So,
Dodo, don't you tell her? Not sure if you find this interesting, but maybe. Let me see.
Oh no! A trolley is heading towards 5P.
Okay, we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
So Cornflakes gets a D for dick. I feel anything but special when I'm eating Special K. This cereal is an E. Luckily, they have a chocolate version, aptly titled Chocolatey Delight. And you know, it's chock full of chocolate, but you open the box, and there's no fucking chocolate in it. None. This cereal gets a whole lot worse when you realize that it's 1% chocolate and 99% fucking K. This is a D. Slightly better than regular Special K. All right, we got Frosted Mini Wheats next. I know this is a boring cereal, but everybody who's ever eaten it knows the childlike joy that washes over you when you get a Frosted Mini Wheat that has 2 times the amount of frosting on it than the rest of the pieces. Look at this. Most of the pieces look like this, right? A little bit of sugar on it, not too tasty. But then fucking Kellogg pulls up with this, which are fucking coated in sugar. You get those pieces every now and then, and that's enough to make me happy. I'm a fan of these. I'm putting them at B. I'm gonna run through a bunch more cereals that I don't care too much about. Apple Jacks. I remember the commercials for this cereal more fondly than the actual taste of it. Apple Jacks, C. Same deal with Fruit Loops. If I want
Nah, Apple Jacks is an A.
a fruity cereal, I'm going with Fruity Pebbles.
Apple Jacks is better than Fruit Loops, but Fruit Loops are pretty good.
Also, low-key, Toucan Sam, kind of a pretentious jackass. C. Here's another one, Pups. These were by far the loudest fucking commercials ever. Another C. Kix. Kix is fucking Kix, all right? I think they taste slightly better than Cheerios. Very easy to munch on, but again, not too crazy about it. Kix are a C. Oatmeal Squares. Oatmeal Squares are boring, but in a good way. The guy on the front's also kind of cute. This one's another C. Golden Grahams. Look, I think Golden Grahams are good. They taste like graham crackers. You mix some marshmallows in there, I think you gotta win it. But otherwise, I think this is a B. I feel like I remember like a s'more cereal with Golden Grahams, but I could be wrong. Honey Bunches of Oats. I think Honey Bunches of Oats is the best tasting healthy cereal. The spoonfuls you get sometimes with the really big ass pieces of granola on it, always the best. I'm putting Honey Bunches of Oats at B. Oh my god. It's really a shame that they don't sell O's in more places. I can't really consider this a healthy cereal, but they always advertise that there's like good things in the middle. That's bullshit. There's fucking crack in the middle, okay? This is one of the best tasting cereals I've ever had. Easy, easy, easy S. Honeycomb. Honeycomb is a loud cereal. They're always like, they're just, it's just big, right? The box is fucking huge. They advertise like the biggest week. I don't even know what that wasn't even, I didn't even plan that. The cereal itself is fucking huge, and it's good. I'm giving Honeycomb a B. Get it? A B? Quisp. What the fuck is Quisp? That's the question most of you are probably asking yourselves right now. Well, Quisp is one of my favorite cereals, not just because it tastes good, but because of the lore behind it. You can really only buy this cereal for like $10 a box on Amazon. I have no idea where else to find it. It's in the supermarket like once every other year. Why don't they sell it more? Who's this asshole on the front? Why did Quaker give him a speech impediment and make him unable to pronounce CR, canonically revealing that the real name of the cereal is actually just Crisp? Why's the box been like unchanged for 50 years? And why does no one know what it is? I love Quisp. It's good. It's a good fucking cereal. Buy some. Quisp is an A. Quisp is a good cereal. It's basically Captain Crunch on steroids. Oh my god, Count Chocula. This is just bliss. General Mills only sells this shit during Halloween. And I'm not lying when I say
I like Count Chocula.
that it is one of the few things I look forward to in October. It's just a better version of Lucky Charms. Who knew that replacing the shitty brown pieces with chocolate pieces would be better? God, I love this shit. Count Chocula, fucking S. I just realized Fruity Pebbles has been sitting down here the whole time and I already rated it. Fruity Pebbles B. The fuck is that? Grain berry? What the f? Great!
People, you can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing one person instead. What do you do?
I don't pull the lever. Actively killing one innocent to save 5 is murder. Thou shalt not kill. All lives are equal before God. Don't.
That is not a Christian stance.
Play judge. Let his will be done.
You are not responsible
Yeah, that's a hard deontological stance, not a Christian stance.
for the trolley, but if you pull the lever, you directly kill someone with your own hand. Haram. Let fate take its course. Only Allah decides life and death. Don't play God.
Jewish. That is just stupid. These are all just hard deontological stances. This is so dumb.
Law forbids active murder, even to save more lives. Let fate or God handle the 5. Don't stain your soul killing one innocent. Halakha prioritizes omission over commission.
Both action and inaction create karma. Your dharma here is to minimize harm. Saving 5 lives over 1 is the right choice. Inaction is cowardice. Action, though stained, upholds the balance of lives.
I do not pull the lever. All life is sacred. Intentional killing, even to save 5, binds you to suffering and bad karma. Let impermanence unfold. My intervention just multiplies the harm.
Oh no, a trolley is heading towards one person. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, killing 5 people instead. However, God explicitly told you to pull the lever. What do you do?
I obey God above all. His command trumps saving lives by my hand. Not pulling defies him. I pull the lever. 5 die, but my soul stays pure.
Allah's direct command overrides all. Obedience is the core of Islam, even if it means 5 die. Submission to God beats human mercy every time. I pull.
When God commands to pull, I obey his direct word above Pikwach Nefesh, for divine will overrides saving lives. Pull.
Don't pull the lever. If it's truly God, he'd align with dharma, saving 5 innocents over 1. Blind obedience to a command against ahimsa? That's Maya testing me.
Buddhism has no God issuing commands. I won't pull the lever. Pulling would kill 5 to save 1. That creates terrible karma. All lives are equal in suffering.
A trolley is heading towards 5 lobsters. You can pull the lever to divert it to the other track, running over a cat instead. What do you do?
Lobsters are bugs with
My friend was giving me financial advice and I said don't you spend most of your money on that whore of yours, and he got really mad and hung up. I'm thinking about telling him he probably got this bitchy attitude from her.
Yeah, he probably did. Thanks for the donation that advised me.
claws, fit for boiling. The cat's a creature of fur and purr, worthy of mercy. I let the trolley crush the shellfish.
I won't pull the lever. Cats are beloved in Islam. Prophet Muhammad cherished them. Lobsters just halal food. No.
5 bugs versus a living soul with whiskers?
It's numbers.
All lives suffer in samsara. Lobsters, no less than cats. Pulling the lever stains my car.
That is... These are stupid. Yeah, this is kind of boring and stupid. Bah. 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 Bah.
As if you don't know, I have changed my split again. Some will call me crazy, and I will say you're right. You are correct for that.
This
No,
chick
but I
is
think
pretty fucking
this is how it
jacked. Meyer and the quad gains, bro.
workout meal, or else it slows down my digestion and it causes me to bloat. So I was very happy to see that. I was like, wow, I'm currently 73 kilos, which is around 161.4. Video. Look at the pump. Right. I love dead stops. Family comes first regardless, right? Well, there are some exceptions, but you know what I mean.
I like her big muscular behind. Yeah. Yes, you are right. It is bedtime. No, never tried Pop cereal, I don't think. Don't recognize the name. Yeah, so I've just been having sleep issues. That's why the streaming schedule's been kind of fucked lately, but I did get some decent sleep right before stream. Like I was so tired and I figured take the opportunity to sleep while I can because my sleep's been so fucked. But you know, I'll try to get some good rest tonight, and hopefully tomorrow we'll be good to go. But thank you very much for the donations, everybody. Appreciate it. And I will try to see you all at a earlier time tomorrow. But sweet dreams.